I done got in trouble again.
What the fuck? I tried, man. I'm back. Peace out,
I done got in trouble again.
I didn't want to do this one. I ain't want to do this one. Nigga, you made me.
I try to pretend that I'm different, but in the end, we're all the same. All the same.
This one gonna hurt. This one gonna hurt you, dude.
Never gonna change. I try to pretend that I'm different, but in the end, we're all
This
the
Fade to
same.
Black book got a little bit crazy.
Father, forgive a nigga, I'm
This
never
shit was
gonna
rabbit hole after
change.
rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Calls the police on me. Y'all niggas ran out and copped the CD.
But we gonna get to it.
That y'all snitch lovers, I might speak, but I don't fuck with nobody. See what Doug, Jimmy, and L.A. don't know. These youngins crossed the line with hope,
Did a lot,
letting
man.
it blow. Had the papers writing stories like, didn't they know?
I
That's
see
what
why
happened when they
Jaguar
made
Wright
that
said
rapper
you was a little bit more
CEO. I
worse.
know, it's just a matter of time before the steady hate.
Not even a little
starts to
bit.
overflow. Then the levee breaks, and my conscience go, you escape the Rico. Why throw everything away over ego?
We gonna talk about it, Iceberg Slim.
Chasing, they paper hating, billionaire hope, you on the pace to make it. Fuck that.
We got a lot to get into, baby. We gonna be here for a while. Live from the spot.
Different, but in the end, we're all the same. All the same.
Yo. What it do, everybody? What it do? Live from the Spot Podcast. I'm your host with the motherfucking most, Chill Murray. Thank you for everybody tuning in or not tuning in. Y'all know how we do. Y'all know how we rock. We got a lot to get into with this one. This one gonna hurt to do. This one's gonna hurt to do. For the simple fact that I grew up with this individual. Like Diddy. We grew up with this one. We grew up with this man. And for those that didn't grow up with him, that's fine. That's cool. But for those that did, this one gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt. And mainly because when you get to digging around so many names, so many interesting names, you get to saying, huh? Wait a minute, what? And it was like one name started to lead to a different pipe hole altogether, and I got stuck in that rabbit hole. This one took about 2 weeks, 3 weeks to do, to gather everything together. Because like I said, it was a lot of names. It's a lot of names. And then, like I said, you want to check everything to make sure this was what it was. And then when you find out certain things, you start, like I said, when we really get down to it, it's going to be an interesting perception that we'll be giving Hove at the end of this one. I'll just say that. So, I called this Iceberg Slim the Fade to Black book because it was quite interesting that so many, a good list of women and a couple men that have come into Jay's life, and similar to Diddy, if they've gotten in his way in any type of way, or gotten into, let's say, his family's way, they've been removed in some type of way. They've just been removed. And when you get down to the bottom of it, you start seeing certain removals being linked to certain people. And you start seeing certain business relationships and start connecting certain dots. So the first one, the first female we're going to unsilence right now is the first one that goes on record that he started with. She goes by the name of Foxy Brown. Now, a lot of people didn't know that Foxy Brown first got her record deal, of course, when she first turned 18. She was barely 18 when she signed her album deal and put out Il Nana. What most people didn't know is, prior to that Il Nana record, we had Ain't No Nigga. Ain't no nigga like the one I got. No one can fuck you better. Now, supposedly, Foxy was only about 16, 17 at the time. Some people even go as far as to say the age was fake and she was actually about 15 at the time. But we're going to hear from the horse's mouth right now. My video player been acting up lately too. I've been noticing. It's been taking a little bit long to even start.
Game for briefly, a little brief time, actually in it. But you've been listening to hip hop your entire life, and I'm sure you'll agree that female MCs a lot of times didn't get their props. But now in '96, you know what I'm saying? It's on. You got yourself.
Yeah, the ladies, I think '96.
Yeah, the ladies. All right, you heard it here first. 1996, right. 97. Yeah, the ladies. Why is that? Why is it now, though?
Why now?
Why now?
I don't know. I think females are just like not having it this year. It's like more flavor. Not to say that they didn't have flavor back in the days, but everybody is just, I don't know.
Hip-hop, but hip-hop used to treat females like second-class citizens. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she can ride, whatever, but she can't head the bill, you know what I'm saying?
I think more so because they don't think that females can hang with males, or either it was stereotypical, like you had to be the hardcore hoodies, Timbs, fatigue, you had to be hard, or you weren't trying to get noticed. Right. So now we're adding more class, sex appeal, sassiness, back to hip hop. So it comes starting to recognize now.
Go on with the skills. That's what I'm saying. It's skills and sassiness hit record. That's all it equals. 1996, 97. Yeah, well, I'm glad to see the year of the female. I remember watch y'all. I ain't gonna front my man. I remember watch you on this brother any day. You know what I'm saying? It's all good though. I mean, keep playing. I'll make sure your videos run. Keep running. But I'm gonna be watching some Foxy. Look at it, it's Foxy.
Crazy.
Stay tuned, y'all. The rest of the keep moving right here. Don't go nowhere.
They're not standing there listening to the lyrics. They listen to the beat, so I think that's what's selling more.
I used to just sit and be like this at the speaker.
Some people still do. That's like the real true hip-hoppers. Right. But the other average everyday record buyers and school kids and stuff like that, they probably just listen to the beats and, excuse me, what they can dance to and stuff like that. So.
Who you check for, Jay?
I like everybody, but I really listen to Seal and Prince and things like that. As far as the lyricist thing go, you gotta realize once again, rap is also a business now. It's a big business.
Huge business.
You know what I mean? So be the nicest guy in the world. If you don't know how to put them songs together, then
you're gonna be sure.
Business. That's the business gonna swallow you up.
Sure indeed. You sit and chill with Seal. I mean, you listen to Sid. I don't mean you had to demand house, but I mean, you listen to Sid.
Yeah.
Word, and Prince.
Yeah.
All right, now I can feel you on the Prince thing. I get down.
They along the same lines, they write they along the same lines.
I'm saying, man, Prince kind of threw me on a couple of songs, though, man. I'm not a woman, I'm not a man. Hold up, dude. You gotta clarify, you know what I'm saying? I can't feel them on some of them.
Sometimes you gotta take it there, It's like borderline genius, you gotta take it there sometimes.
Hey, he borderline a bunch of stuff. Hey, much respect to Prince. Jay-Z and Foxy, once again, the Nutty Professor soundtrack.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all peep that. You'll join it.
Reasonable Doubt, June 25th.
Trinity, make sure you check for that. And then Foxy, how October
October.
sometime. Foxy Brown joint. Until then, we just gonna be feeling you.
No. I'm laying low now. You're not gonna hear me for a while.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Why?
Cause I just did the Tony Braxton remix that I'll probably ride through too.
And you just all over this track. Oh, Foxy. Oh, you about to start a company? You need some people to work? I can hand out flyers.
For real?
I'm a man.
Okay,
You don't want to see me with some
street
flyers.
team, be head of my street team.
Word. Joe Clay, Foxy Brown, street team, whatever. I had picking signs and everything. Hey, look. Y'all know how we do. Peace and love, East Coast, West Coast, worldwide. I'll see y'all next time, all right? Peace.
Okay, so what's interesting about this is the fact that, yeah, she was of legal age, 18 years old at the time when she did this in 1996. But the interesting part about it was the fact that Jay-Z at the time was 27 years old. So what is a 27-year-old doing with a barely 18-year-old at the time in 1996? But back in those days, not a lot of people even paid attention to those type of things. Someone that was almost 30 years old is dating someone that was barely even legal. Now, as you can notice in the interview also, not a lot of people also even knew, in the public at least, that Jay-Z was even dating Foxy Brown. Only people behind the scenes knew that. So it wasn't something that was publicly known to the fans, or should I say to Foxy Brown's fans, that she was dating Jay-Z. But you can put two and two together, of course, when you watch certain videos. When you watch the I'll Be Good video, when you see Jay-Z in it. Of course, Ain't No Nigga, her lyrics were specifically from experience of dating Jay-Z. Ain't no nigga like the one I got, no one can fuck you better. Now, what a lot of people don't know is when that record was actually recorded, though. But before we get into that, I want you guys to listen to something here. Because legend would have it
This article
that
posted
she was
by
only 15
TMZ,
when they
where
hooked
they
up.
claim Foxy Brown stated Jay-Z hooked up with her when she was 14 and he was 24. She claims that he was her first time, and according to this TMZ article, she even claimed Jay-Z was into transitioned women. Over the years, many people have actually said Jay-Z was in a relationship with Foxy Brown back then, one being Nick Cannon, who during an interview with Dame Dash pressed him on the situation. Nick Cannon straight up brings up the fact that when he met Foxy Brown, she was 16 and was introduced to him as Jay's girl. This question made Dame Dash visibly uncomfortable.
At what age was Foxy Brown signed?
I wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown.
But that's
I didn't sign Foxy Brown.
I'm
Putting
just
me in that.
asking a
You
question.
keep asking, I'm on the block. I'm responsible for everything.
You the boss.
Yo, don't beat around the bush. Say what you want.
I'm
to
just
say. What do you
asking.
mean by that question?
I'm just asking.
What are you insinuating?
I'm not
asking
insinuating.
about
I just
Foxy
asked a
Brown.
question.
Let me shoot.
I thought Foxy was like 16. That's all I'm saying.
It sounds like you.
All I'm saying
sounds
is
like
in
you
this
got
industry,
trouble.
we live
It
in these
seems
glass
like you got. It
houses.
seems like you got a question for Jay. Ask him. Y'all keep asking me questions. Want to ask him because he ain't here. Ask him. I ain't got to do with that, and I don't even know nothing about that. Ooh, you playing?
You my man.
I know not with me. Wait, when you say that Foxy was 16 when she got signed, why did you say that just now?
When I first was introduced to who Foxy was, I thought there was something between Foxy and Jay.
Yeah, Jay.
Okay, so as you clearly heard, the truth was that they started dating way before that record was even released. As you see here, a very young Jay-Z and very young Foxy Brown. Now, word got around that Foxy Brown, of course, was becoming more of an annoyance to Jay-Z than anything. Unfortunately, who's to speculate necessarily of how they actually broke up or the reason that they actually broke up? But one thing is for sure, is that once they broke up, this would be the end of Foxy Brown's career, so to speak. Foxy Brown would not know that it would be the end of her career, but she would soon come to find that out. As we have here a rare audio of Jay-Z talking about what exactly happened back in the day.
When it can't nobody, when it can't nobody.
No. I have a minute. There's a lot of Foxy questions on the faxes and online. There was a big article where she, I guess, is upset with you for different things.
Yeah.
What's the story of Foxy?
I just think Foxy, she got her facts wrong. Like, her timing was wrong. Like, she said that I left her in the cold in '98. She had an album out with The Firm in '97. When am I like I'm the battered husband, like I'm gonna stay in the house, not get an artist. But I wasn't even like upset about it. It wasn't like, yo, you down with The Firm, you can't mess with me, da-da-da. I was like, we still gonna do records. Cool, do your thing. Matter of fact, I hope you get bigger, so when this next record we drop, you're gonna blow up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But, I don't know. I just think her facts is a little out of whack.
So what happened then? It's because you guys never did, really, right?
Yeah, so after that, after I got Amil, it was tension.
Oh, what, Amil and Foxy.
It was tension. Like, we couldn't go nowhere. Like, their whole girl clique was fighting, their whole girl clique was fighting. This girl, this is Amil. She's signed to me at the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You signed to the Firm, you signed to Def Jam, you signed to, whatever. What am I supposed to do with this girl? I'm supposed to just kick her to the curb?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I had to ride with my girl. And that's how it happened, I mean, I made the wrong choice, but it's cool.
You should have went with Fox? You saying you should have went with Fox?
Nah.
So as we clearly hear here, Jay-Z is saying that he chose Amil over Foxy Brown in the later years. What wasn't quite clear, though, was the actual gap in between that, which we will get into in just a short second here. Because that would raise a question of what was the gap between 96 and 99, when Amil actually first arrived on the scene. But would it actually? Because people were already saying that Jay-Z dated Amil in 97 shortly after Foxy Brown, which would become a very big confusing thing considering Charlie Baltimore and Carmen were right in between those years. But once again, we will get into those individuals in a very short while. Let's continue with Foxy.
It's cool. It's cool.
Oh man.
Yo, you know what? I'm gonna stop talking. I gotta stop talking. I gotta stop. I say what's on my mind. About time I gotta bring it back a little bit.
What happened with Amil, man?
I don't know, man. I was telling Amil a lot. Like, I was like, yo, can I get it's not your record. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I think she's talented. And the album that she made, I think, is amazing. You know what I'm saying? I was actually surprised at, her level of writing and ability to make songs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was really impressed with that, but everything else was just crazy. I mean, it's tough to live with. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, it's not your record, Fall back a little bit, like.
What do you mean, like demanding stuff and getting a little?
It was crazy. It was Diana Ross for real, like.
The diva.
Yeah, I don't know how Berry Gordy did it, man.
Would you ever sign another girl?
Yeah, I hope so, man.
You would? Because I remember one time, like, after that situation, you were like, no, I can't do this.
I would love to have a girl to go with the Roc. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I always did. You see, I keep trying, I keep getting burnt. Pause. I don't say pause no more, matter of fact. I don't know why I even said that. I'm done with that.
So, interesting enough with the pause. But anyway, as you can hear, he always tried to keep signing more and more females to his label print. Whether it be Roc-A-Fella, Roc Nation, Def Jam, he always would try to sign a female. Notice that. You never really heard Jay-Z really, so to speak, give a new male protege. This my new dude I'm looking out for. You never really saw that. You always saw Jay necessarily behind the female. So let us continue, like I said, with Foxy Brown. Because this would be, as you just heard, the start to the finish of Foxy Brown's career. Word had gotten around that Jay had started to grow old with Foxy Brown.
This was allegedly a romantical thing. It's all right, I'll say alleged, but we know. Yeah, she hit it before Beyonce. Allegedly.
So, rumor has it that after Jay-Z slept with Foxy Brown when she was still underage and he could no longer control her, he blacklisted her in the industry and is now paying her not to spill about what happened. Like, how else can you explain how a talented person like Foxy, who was working very closely with Jay, just disappeared from the entertainment industry? Jay, what exactly did you do to Foxy?
Foxy Brown was Jay-Z when she was 15 and he was 27.
Okay, Foxy and Jay-Z collaborated on numerous occasions throughout the 90s, and Hov is actually credited with writing a handful of songs on Foxy's debut album. Their first major duet, Ain't No N-Word, was even featured on the soundtrack for the Eddie Murphy movie The Nutty Professor, released in 1996. However, the song itself was recorded in 1994, and since Foxy was born in 1978, that would put her age at around 15 during the recording of the song. Now, could someone explain to me why Jay-Z had a 15-year-old singing the lyrics, "Ain't no like the one I got, no one can F you better? Sleeps around, but he gives me a lot, keeps you in diamonds and leathers. Friends that tell me I should leave you alone. Tell the freaks to find a man of their own." Another song that Jay-Z co-wrote was Il Nana, which featured the lyrics, "True absolute vodka, straight shots for the has-beens and have-nots, dollar bill. And it don't stop, we moving up. First the mansion, then the yacht, sound proper, straight cash, got bloodhounds trying to hunt down the brown fox." Yes, he didn't rap in the song, but those words were written by him. And him talking about hunting down the brown fox? We see what you're doing here, Jay. And I won't even get into the details of other songs that were just so graphic and recorded when Foxy was 15 or 16. Anyway, given how successful they were when they worked together, it was a bit sus that they just stopped. And if you are wondering why it's allegedly, because Jay-Z blacklisted Foxy when he could no longer control her, and that was after he slept with her when she was still a minor. Y'all remember sometime back there were allegations that Jay took Foxy's virginity when she was just 15 years old when he was 27 and funded her shopping trips, all while paying for her hair and nail salons while she was still in high school. At the time, there were also reports that Jay-Z gave her an STD.
Rita, y'all should go back and talk to all of the niggas that she slept with in Philly when she was in Philly. She burned every last one of them. She sent more to the clinic than COVID.
It gets even deeper because allegedly there's a tape out there of Foxy and Jay-Z. And guess what? They were not alone. Their company was Jamie Foxx, and based on the rumors that were making rounds, Jay-Z signed Foxy to multiple gag orders after she, Jamie, and Jay engaged in a threesome, and that not long after the incident, the tape was ironically robbed from her home. I mean, the T even quoted Foxy referring to Beyonce as a halitosis-infected heifer. However, when those allegations came out, Foxy said the report was complete BS, telling TMZ, "The atrociousness of this story sickened me to my stomach. Any and everyone involved will be contacted by my attorney. In all my years in the music industry, these are the most disgusting and disrespectful allegations I've ever experienced. This fictitious story with no audio, visual, or written interview clearly was concocted with malicious intent. There may have been no actual videos to support the allegations, but Jay-Z and Foxy's relationship is something that has been discussed by people who knew everything that was going down in the 90s.
The main reason why I let that part play is because it would also shed light on how necessarily the whole her and him kind of had a falling out because of this little scandal that started to go out and rumor. And if you think about it, you have to couple that with what happened to her with her losing her hearing and deaf. So some people would say that she caught a what do you call it? I can't remember how I describe it when you have sex and kiss disease, but she got the whole deaf thing from sleeping with so many men. I didn't necessarily believe that either, but it was kind of interesting that she went deaf right after that. Like, she went deaf, and this is a clip of her explaining it on Comeback Jack, and just listen to what she says.
How do you tell Jay you lost your hearing?
The day of that she lost her hearing.
I said it was at the it was the morning of the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine, I was in Brooklyn. I wasn't home in Jersey. This is my mom's youngest. She passed away from cancer, and Jay was leaving to go out of the country and found out, canceled his flight, his trip, and said, I need to be, his family needs to be there. I was at my mom's house. I woke up and she wrote a note. She had a note and she said, Ingy, you were sleeping so peacefully. I didn't wake because I came in late from the studio and I said, I'm going to stay in Brooklyn. She said, you were sleeping so peacefully. We didn't want to wake you, but you need to hurry up and get to the church because,
Right.
So, but when I woke up, it was just so quiet. It was a quiet you would never know. It was a quiet that I've learned to make work for me now. Because I had to mentally find a way to flip it to my advantage and say, well, the serenity that I hear,
you didn't have
when
that.
I have that moment, right? I can sit down and read a book. I told you I'm an avid reader. I can sit down and create, and I don't hear just the normal like wind. There was absolutely no sound.
Right.
It's a sound that will drive you crazy. That will send you to the G building.
Right. I can imagine.
So now, Jay's at the funeral. My family's at the funeral. The church is packed. Everyone's at Tabernacle downtown in Brooklyn. I got on my knees. Understand my relationship with God supersedes all of this.
Right.
Being a West Indian, that's just a part of our, that's
culture.
How we were raised.
It's the DNA.
I have my relationship, I have an unfailing, I have an irrepressible spirit. When it comes to Christ, Yahweh, I don't play. I will get on my knees. I will lay my face on the altar and give thanks. This is stuff that people, they don't know that girl. They don't know that person. They don't know that. I said, God, what's happened to my world? What's happened? Do you understand the first things? I let everybody down. I let everybody.
You felt that's the first thing that you feeling.
I let
fans, family, the industry.
I'm on my way to the funeral for my favorite aunt who I have to eulogize.
Right.
And I'm sitting at her. He's there waiting. I have to talk to him.
Right.
And he's texting me going, pick up the phone. I tell you something. I can't pick up the phone because I can't hear. So I just go straight there.
Right.
And and he tells me something in my ear. And I said, I can't. Jay, I can't hear you. She spoke loud. I said, I can't hear you. Sean, call him. Sean. I'm like, Sean, I can't hear you. He's like, he spoke loud. I said, Jay, I'm deaf. I can't hear anything.
Right.
He was testing to see if she could hear.
I can't go in there. I can't go in there. We're in the vestibule, the church. I can't go in there. I can't. I've never seen him that emotional. He looked broken, just broken. He said, and can you hear? And I was thinking, I said, no. I said, but I have to soldier up. Right now? Right now?
You got to soldier up.
It's not about me.
Right.
I have to go in there and soldier up. That's all. Like I said, I reverted to that 14-year-old girl who had to man up.
Right.
My dad.
When your back
who
was
had to man up.
Right.
I had to throw the throw the vest on, and soldier up.
Right.
I walk in the church. I had to throw the vest on, and soldier up.
Right.
I walk in the church. Like I said, I rebirthed today. 14-year-old girl who had to man up.
Right.
With my dad.
When your back
who
was
had to man up.
Right.
I had to throw the vest on and soldier up.
Right.
I walk in the church. My whole entire family is sitting in the front row.
To that
People are
14-year-old girl.
coming down and greeting everyone. So I'm the Inga of the
Yeah,
family,
of course.
so everyone is talking extra to me.
And once again, you got to go on
Right.
stage
Foxy, hi.
at the funeral.
And I am just trying to read their, basically just
Read it.
feel with their,
Mhm.
read their lips. I became, after that, I became a master at reading lips. Because they say when you lose one sense, another one becomes keener,
Right.
stronger. For me, I was adamant against. I did not want to learn sign language
Right.
at all. I was not doing that because I wasn't conforming. I wasn't okay with being deaf. That wasn't going to be the end of my story.
Right.
I said the God that I serve is in the blessing business. I don't know how to.
And like Dallas Penn said, you were not going to put yourself in a situation where people pitied you, where they felt that you was less than, and people needed to like, kind of like bow down to pick you up. You didn't want to be in that position.
It's the same thing when I went to prison. There was no reality show marking down my days to go to no, let me go do this.
Let me eat
Let me
this.
do this
Let me-
here
let
and
me
get back
eat
on my.
this.
Let me go use this. The last thing I said to my mom was, "Mommy, I'm coming out better than I'll go." Then I
Right.
went in. God, I had to. If I don't flip this to my advantage, I knew in that paddy wagon, going over there, I looked at the officers and I said, "Where am I going? I got in a $5,000 suit. What are y'all doing? Where am
A
I
Chanel
going?"
suit. A Chanel.
So, as you can clearly hear, Foxy had lost her hearing the same exact day that she was supposed to deliver a eulogy in favor for Jay. Isn't that interesting? Now, this isn't to say that Jay necessarily has something to do with her losing the hearing, but it's like I said, kind of ironic that she had to deliver a eulogy the same day that she lost the hearing, and he was the first person to find out that she lost the hearing. You heard her explain it herself. Jay was the first person to know that she lost the hearing. So, moving along, that would bring us 9-6, between 9-6 and 9-9, right? Because we just heard Jay-Z also mention right after Foxy was Amil. But in between 9-6 and 9-9, there was two other people. One of those people would be the baby mother of Nas. That's right. Jay-Z had sex and dated with Nas's baby mother, Carmen.
So Illmatic is finally done.
Mm-hmm.
It gets released, and it just goes crazy.
Oh, it was insane when Illmatic dropped. I felt like I just dropped an album. I swear. I mean, my whole family was so excited for Nas. His whole family, all of his friends, my entire circle, we were all rooting for him. It was a big day for Nas. It was a big day for Queens. It was a big day for Queensbridge.
Oh, yeah.
Nas is huge in Queensbridge, and he's always been, like that popular guy in the projects. And the crazy thing is when I was pregnant, at the very end of my pregnancy, we had some issues at 7C. So we had to move, and we ended up staying with Nas's mom in the projects because I was so pregnant. I was about to give birth. We were in like this transition stage. And it was just best that, we just stayed local. I was still working. He was still in the studio. So moving to Queensbridge Projects for 2 months, that was a life-changing experience.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing to ever come out of Queensbridge.
Yeah, yes.
Point blank, period.
Yeah, and I mean, and just living in the projects is a different experience within itself, you know, just as a regular person. And I was wowed by it, and even, you know, more, I admired him just a little bit more, like, wow, you've gone through all these trials and tribulations, and, you know, we don't all come from stellar environments. I grew up in Jamaica, Queens, in the hood, but I grew up in a house, and my grandparents had, you know what I mean? It was a little bit different. But this was really, like, hood stuff going on.
Because there was a documentary that I saw about Nas, and they showed the picture, the inside cover of Nas in the Queensbridge projects with all of his friends. And they started going through the list, and it's like dead, life in prison, dead, 40 years in prison, dead, prison, dead. Like almost every single person in that picture is either dead or in prison.
When the 2 months that I lived there, well, that we lived there, 4 of his friends had gotten shot, and 1 actually died. I believe he got shot in the leg, and then it was like a shock thing. But I mean, just to have so many tragedies in such a small period of time, you know, that was overwhelming for me because I was pregnant. It was extremely overwhelming for him because he was working on his album and, you know, trying to transition into a totally different lifestyle. But at the same time, this was still relevant, the things that were going on in the projects. His mother still lived there, his brothers still lived there, like we were living there, even though we were about to transition into another home in Long Island. He couldn't separate himself from, you know, the lifestyles, you know, like,
now,
yeah, you can go home,
listen
drive
to
to
what
Long
she
Island,
says
get on the highway.
Coming up right here.
But then this is what keeps you relevant. This is what you're talking about. This is what you're rapping about. This is what you're experiencing on a day-to-day basis because this is the environment you choose to be in. And I couldn't understand it in the beginning, like, well, why don't you just leave the projects and just never go back? And, you know, that's like saying to someone, why don't you just leave Jamaica, Queens and never go back? You know, you are where you're, you know, you live where you live. You're brought up in these environments and you deal with it the best way you can. And it either makes or breaks you. And in this case, I think it really just made him, especially when you look back at all the people who didn't make it.
Yeah. So Illmatic comes out, it goes crazy. Everyone is feeling it across the board. Where are you guys relationship-wise at this point? You guys, well, Destiny was born at this point?
No, Destiny, she wasn't born yet. I didn't have her until June. Illmatic, I believe, came out a few months before her, before I gave birth to her. But we were in a great place. We were in a great space. We were excited. Like I said, I felt like I was dropping an album as well. This was like his first project, and he worked so hard on it for so long, and everyone was waiting for it. Everyone. It was like one of the most anticipated albums of that era, so to speak. And people had a lot of expectations, and I think that he fulfilled, you know, all those expectations and then some.
Yeah.
I was really happy for him, and I knew at that point, you know, he was going to definitely be an icon in this thing we call hip hop.
So for you to be the main, of course, of Nas at the time, from what we're hearing right here, how in the world do you still end up with Jay-Z not even very shortly after you have your child with Nas?
So the album comes out, you have your baby, and then where are you guys relationship?
And then the money started rolling in.
The money starts rolling in, of course. Because the record sale starts happening, the show
Shows
money,
coming.
everything.
I mean, people want to invest now, you know. And, you know, back then when they did the soundtracks, the song was really about the movie. So, you know, it was a bigger check, so to speak. I think there was like a little bit more money to be made back then. I mean, social media is bigger and it lends more opportunities. But I think back then,
people were buying albums
because we weren't so
then.
oversaturated. Exactly. People were buying albums. They weren't downloading and streaming. Exactly.
You know,
so,
back then, if you heard a hot song, you usually had to buy the whole album.
Exactly.
So,
right.
Because sometimes they wouldn't even release a single. You'd have to buy the whole album. That's how
Right.
MC Hammer did it. But yeah.
And so people were actually purchasing music at this particular time. So the money was rolling in.
Okay.
And Nas is super generous, and he's very caring. He's loving. He took care of everybody. Took care of his mom. Made sure his brother was okay. Took care of his family, and then he went on tour.
Okay.
And that was a rough time for me because I was a new mom. I was going through postpartum depression. I didn't even know what that was.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I had a lot of help from family and friends, it was still an internal process that I was experiencing. And it was rough. It was rough. And I do remember a few times, like, I broke down and Nas would come off the road, make sure we were okay, make sure we were good, and then go back out and work. And he worked really, really hard that first album.
So at what point did the relationship start to go south?
The relationship started to go south years later, like after, I would say, years of arguing and fighting and not seeing eye to eye. And also at this time, I was transitioning and I was evolving spiritually. So my desires were changing.
Evolving spiritually. Desires changing, huh? Interesting.
My taste in men changed, or things were just changing for me. I was growing, I was evolving, I was becoming this different person, and the lifestyle that Nas and I were living, and the relationship, it was no longer conducive to my evolution. And there was so many fights and so many things that have happened, and I just felt like, you know what, I just want to start over anew. We were dragging the relationship. At least I felt like I was, for the sake of being in a relationship, for the sake of destiny. We had small breakups here and there. We were engaged to be married. We, moved several times, went on vacation. We did anything we could possibly do to save the relationship, at the very end when it was about to crumble. And then that last time, it was just there was nothing saving it. It was just, I had to go.
You started seeing other men.
I started seeing other people while we were in the relationship.
Okay.
Ironically, I didn't see anybody after the relationship because it wasn't the same feeling.
Okay.
And I know that's difficult to explain, but when I was in the relationship, Nas was cheating, I was cheating. We were both, young. We had desires. We were experiencing other people. And I learned in a short amount of time that the way you feel about one person has nothing to do with the way you feel about another person. At the end of the day, love is all there is. There's two emotions that a human being can experience at any given time: love and fear. Everything else is derivatives of the two.
Right.
So I was just in a place okay, my boyfriend is this hot rapper. We have all this money. We have cars, jewelry, clothes. There's nothing that I desire material-wise, but I was empty inside. I didn't have the love, the nurturing, the attention that I used to get from him. And I probably wasn't giving the same in return. I think it was a 50-50 thing. I had a lot of expectations when Nas became this megastar. I probably could have been a little bit more understanding. We were young and we were just growing. So he was cheating. I was cheating. The problem was, this is where the problem came in. The problem was who I was cheating with. Now, had I been cheating with some nobody who just wants to play Nintendo all day and smoke cigarettes in front of the TV, that may not have been a problem. Okay, you know what, Carmen, we can get through that. We can get past that. We can't see him anymore, but we can get through that. But I was cheating with individuals that were in the same genre of music, the same circles, the same company. But I didn't look at it as if I was doing anything wrong. I felt like this is my circle too. These are my peers too. I'm in the box too. So it is what it is.
And who are those people?
I had a relationship with Jay-Z. But the thing about Jay-Z and I, we were friends before anything. That was my best friend before we became intimate, before we became lovers to any extent, before anything physical happened between us. That was my friend. And we were really good friends. And I enjoyed our friendship. And I have absolutely no regrets. And, you know, it was what it was.
So just listening to the psyche back then, right? Of just in the women back then in those days. They were just engulfed in the lifestyle. They didn't necessarily care about the consequences of cheating. They just knew that they were just in the lifestyle. And if their man is cheating, they're figuring why not? They might as well cheat too.
So you're friends with Jay-Z, and then at one point it turns romantic.
After a year.
After a year.
After about a year and some change, you know, as things change. Yeah.
And this was Jay-Z during which album? I mean, Reasonable Doubt was already out.
This was, okay, Reasonable. I met Jay-Z right after he dropped Reasonable Doubt.
Right.
Reasonable Doubt was out like a minute because I remember like, oh, what's this? Who's this? Oh, I like this song. And then I met him through a friend at a party. And the next day, Nas and I got into like some big fight and he pissed me off. And so I just thought, let me call Jay-Z. What's going on with him?
Okay. Now, Jay-Z's first single sampled Nas on the hook, Dead Presidents.
Yes.
So there's already this interesting connection between Jay-Z and Nas from the jump.
Right. But you know how I looked at that? I looked at, oh, that's the producer who sampled it. I didn't look at it. I didn't honestly see the correlation in the very beginning. Like, I didn't even think twice like, oh, well, these two might.
Okay. But Jay-Z knew that you had a daughter with Nas.
Yes, he did. He was aware of that.
He was aware of that.
Mhm.
Okay. So you guys are messing around. You and Nas are getting into problems, you know, are having problems with your relationship.
Yes.
At what point does Takeover come out?
Takeover came out. I had already left Nas.
Okay.
I had already broken up with him. I shipped all of my things to LA. I moved. I packed Desi and I up. We were already out. So when that came about, Nas and I were not together. We were not in a relationship. We were still going back and forth like couples do who immediately break up. You know, we were still seeing each other. It wasn't like the relationship was, you know, completely null and void. That's difficult. You know what I mean? It takes a little bit of time to get over someone you've been in a relationship with for a decade. So I'm not going to say we weren't still intimate and seeing each other, but we weren't living together and we were not in a relationship. Takeover came when Takeover actually is a product of Jay-Z just being emotional. That's the honest truth.
Okay, well, I interviewed Memphis Bleek when Jay and Nas were going at it. How did you feel about that?
I started that drama, so what you mean how I feel about it? I felt like I got my big homie in some shit. It's going down out here in these New York streets. We gotta hold it down.
I know the Memphis Bleek story, and honestly, I feel sorry for Memphis Bleek because he got thrown in there like some kind of pawn. For him to think that he would be the cause of, you know, a rap battle that has gone down in history between the biggest hip-hop icons in the world, that's a terrible mistake on his part. And I feel bad for him because his whole entire career was ruined as a result of him trying to even take a shot at Nas. And I blame Jay-Z for that because he pushed him out there to do that. Like, it was like testing the waters, so to speak. Like, I'm just gonna let you go and, you know, feel this situation out. And let's just see, you know, what happens. And what happened was he got his head taken off immediately. And everyone in the industry, that's anyone, Steve Stout included, we all agreed that was a bad move on Jay's part, and Memphis Bleek did not deserve that.
Okay. But there's another story. you feel you were the cause of the beef between the two of them?
Well, here's my question. If I wasn't, then what was? That's the question I have to everybody, because everyone seems to ask me that question, and I'm the only one who has the answer to it.
Okay.
If you ask Nas, if you ask Jay-Z, they're never going to answer that question.
So what is your answer to this?
I'm the reason why they had
Okay. Was
that
there a
beef.
specific thing that happened?
No, there was no specific thing. It's just like in any relationship, when you're dating more than one person, there's a number of things that happen. There were so many things that happened that no one was aware of. You know, phones being snatched, calls being made, texts going back and forth between people. All of those things weren't divulged in the songs. These are things that were taking place behind the scene. Memphis Bleak was thrown as like a dart at Nas to just, you know, spark a flame, to, you know, shed a little bit of blood, just to see what was going to happen on the other end.
At one point, you were pregnant by Jay?
Yes, I had a miscarriage.
Okay, this was before the whole
This is,
takeover.
yeah, this was like before all of that.
How far along were you?
I believe I was definitely less than 3 months. It was the first trimester. It wasn't.
It was still early.
Exactly. Yeah, it wasn't anything crazy. It was.
So this would possibly be one of the first, or maybe even second time, that Jay was about to have his first child. Let's take note of that.
It wasn't planned. It wasn't like, oh, we're gonna have this baby and, you know, move forward with our relationship. No.
Okay. When you told Jay that you were pregnant, what was his reaction?
I told him after the fact.
Oh, you told him after?
I told him
your
after
miscarriage.
the
Okay,
fact.
so he didn't even know.
No, I told him after the fact.
So, Takeover comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that what, Nas and Jay were already sort of communicating with each other in a way?
The beef was already brewing. It was on, if you listen to mixtapes, you know, radio, interviews. We have social media now, so, you know, you can see people throwing shade. Back then, you couldn't really see it. You had to listen out for it and just be aware of it. But the beef had started way before the songs dropped.
Okay, because I'd heard, Is That Your Chick was about you?
Here's the thing. It was, but it wasn't. That was Jay-Z. Like, again, Jay-Z is a very subliminal type. You know what I mean? He throws little, see, me, I don't throw shade. I pick up the whole fucking tree and swing. That's just me. That's just me.
Okay.
But, you know, he's that character, like, let me just throw a little, I'm going to tease you here and there. I'm going to, you know.
Okay. So the two of them were already beefing with each other. And
Way
then,
before
but Jay made it public with Takeover.
Jay made it public with Takeover.
Okay. Takeover comes out, and it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. It was a big deal. And that was a good song. We're not going to front on
Takeover's
the
dope.
song.
Takeover is dope.
We're not going to front on the song.
But wait, were you mentioning Takeover or no?
Sort of, kind of. My name wasn't mentioned, but there was, like, again, you know, the subliminals at the end, the little, you know, the little things that Jay-Z does.
Okay. Once Takeover came out, did you and Nas have a conversation about it?
Nas called me immediately.
Okay. What was
Again,
that
like I said, we weren't even together.
What was that phone call like?
It was in the middle of the night, for sure. It had to be, like, 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. And honestly, I didn't even know what he was saying. I was half asleep, and I couldn't really understand it. And I was like, I got to hear the song to really, you know, internalize what's going on so I can give you a sincere reaction. So it wasn't until the next day that I was able to absorb everything that was going on, assess it, and then have a conversation with him about it. And once I realized what Jay was doing, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to allow him to belittle Nas anymore. Like, I'm the only person on the planet that could belittle this nigga. I'm not letting anybody else have that opportunity. And so I just called Nas, like, all right, let's talk. So I had a conversation with Nas like any attorney would have with their client.
Okay.
And I just basically told him, listen, if you want to win this case, you're going to have to. Okay,
we don't necessarily have to keep going into Nas. We're going to just move right along because in between this, of course, now remember, this would be 96, 97 was Carmen, right? We're still on the second girl. So 96, 97, we get Carmen. all the way up to what, 97, 98 to 99, which would bring us to Charlie Baltimore in 1999, right? Now, we all remember what happened with Charlie Baltimore. Charlie Baltimore was said to be the girlfriend of Biggie Smalls when he passed. So it was interesting enough that a rumor started to go around that Jay-Z had stabbed Rivera over Charlie Baltimore. Charlie Baltimore was also a part of the commission. Interesting. She was supposed to be a part of the commission with her, Jay, and Biggie.
Okay, so how long after you guys made that name did he kind of talk to Lance and Rivera about signing you to the label? Did that come like way later, or is it around that time?
Well, I really wasn't even aware that, like how far into stuff that I don't even remember Big ever telling me that he was talking to about me, honestly. Like, it was like such the beginning stages of everything. But he did talk about forming a group called the Commission. So, I'm listening, but I'm not listening because at the same time, his new album was about to come out. So I'm not thinking this will be something that, happens like in the immediate future. I'm just thinking, okay, it sounds good. I'm still going to keep, doing what I was doing, which was still writing rhymes every day. And, we would talk about it here and there, but he was in the midst of trying to get Life After Death out. So it wasn't like something that we were like, like, okay, this is about to happen like right now. But he definitely would come to me sometime with ideas about how he wanted to present me and how he would want to bring me out and stuff like that. So, but I don't remember any specific conversations like, oh, I talked to and yeah, I don't remember anything like that.
Right, because I think, what was it on the song Victory, where he talks about the commission
What's
and the
beef?
commission.
What's beef? Where he names all of us, the whole commission.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's beef?
It was you, of course, him, Jay-Z, Puffy, Lance, Lil C's. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody, but I think that's the whole commission group right there.
Yeah, I don't know if, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
So, now, the main reason I played the commission clip is because I wanted to introduce one other fact here. So, as far as the commission goes, right? There was speculation that Jay-Z possibly had something to do or just had some connection with the unaliving of Biggie Smalls. In the song The City Is Mine in 1997, shortly after Biggie passed, in March 9th, 1997, in The City Is Mine, the song starts with Blackstreet singing, "You belong to the city, you belong to the night, in the river of darkness, he's a man of the night." As Jay-Z raps, "Yeah, what the deal, playboy, just rest your soul. I'll be holding it down, yo, still love the dough. Got these ladies on cock now, you know how we go. Got the whole world on lockdown, you know how we flow. Don't worry about Brooklyn, I'll continue to flame. Therefore, a world with amnesia won't forget your name. You held it down long enough, let me take those reins. You held it down long enough, let me take those reins. And just like your spirit, the commission remains. Niggas can cross the T's and dot the I's. Now that I got too popular to cop them pies. I'm taking this rap shit serious to my demise. Jay shits like cake mix, watch me rise. Basics in the basement, wasted. Asking my dog for advice, and when he can't say shit, My hatred is fueled, just give me a sign. And I let the world know that the city is mine. My uncle at the time, back in 90, I want to say 97, 98, actually pointed out to me that ending last four bars of asking my dog for advice and when he can't say shit, my hatred is fueled. Just give me a sign. He said that he may have been referencing talking to Biggie. As much as Jay-Z hung out with Biggie Smalls, he thought that those bars were referencing to him talking to Biggie Smalls and Biggie Smalls wouldn't give him the keys the way Tupac gave Biggie the keys. Interesting, right? We would move right along to the third verse. I snatch your girl cause your arm ain't strong enough. Plus you don't stay in the studio long enough. I wondered if that was about Charlie Baltimore. I truly did wonder if that was about Charlie Baltimore. Reason why I would ask if that was about Charlie Baltimore is because of what Cameron would go later on to say in a diss record of Jay-Z is, you stabbed Un over Charlie Baltimore. In a press conference, Cameron would clarify what he said.
November, December, January went by. Did something else happen from that time to now that brought us to the forefront? And also, too, the second part of my question is, on the song that you did, you insinuated that something had went down with you and Beyonce. Can you elaborate more on that? Some sexual intimacy went down with you and Beyonce?
First of all, let me go to the part two of the question because you made me forget the first part of the question. Nah, I wasn't saying nothing about that I did anything with Beyonce or anything. What I had said on the song was that on my second album, we was in the studio and I had her singing about slinging crack, cocaine. So if you listen to my second album, I was saying he made a song called You and Your Girlfriend with her, and I made a song about sell crack with her. So that's what I was saying. Then I did say something about putting it in her mouth and all that. But I said sorry on the very next line because the reason I said that is because I knew he'd catch feelings over the girl because I remember he loved Charlie Baltimore. Like that was the whole situation with Un. Okay, other people with him and Un, they say it was a bootleg CD and this, that, and third. It was over that girl, man. He loved her. Miss Info, no, she right there. She tell you, she was in the building with me all the time. They going crazy, right? For real, I'm laughing, but she was there. She know. It ain't no joke. She know what it is. Like, I hate to put you on the spot, but I know you was in the building with me, you know? So, I know he loved that girl. I mean, that's all that him and Unbeef was about.
Okay, so you clearly heard that the beef was really about Charlie Baltimore. Now, Charlie Baltimore would go on to say herself that she never even dated Jay-Z. Which was kind of odd that she would try to go up to clarify that she never even dated him. Especially since a lot of people would go to say, or jump through hoops to actually say the otherwise.
Charlie Baltimore, you looking good. I can see why, baby. Okay, how you feeling about the little Kim?
What you mean how I'm feeling about it? I ain't feeling no type of way about it.
I'm hearing that. Why would Cameron say such a thing?
I don't know. You know, it's a lot of...
Okay. So you never dated Jay-Z and none of that, huh?
No.
Nah? Why would Cameron say such a thing?
I don't know. You know, it's a lot of dudes say a lot of things out here, but, you know, if I run around and try to figure out why dudes say the things they do, I'd be really stressed out, and I don't look too stressed out, do I? So I don't stress myself out about things that niggas say. Niggas can say anything out their mouth.
Okay, rumors on the street, man, that
Well, you got a lot of rumors on the street.
Yeah, a lot of rumors, baby. I got to address all the rumors here.
All right, knock them out.
Rumor on the streets is that Jay-Z was so crazy over you, he stabbed Un. Is this true?
I mean, hey, you know, niggas is that twisted that they want to run around and hurt other niggas over me, and I don't know nothing about it. So be it.
Charlie Baltimore, you looking good. I can see why, baby.
So I had to bring back this clip because in the Vlad TV interview, she was pretty much way more dismissive in saying, "Oh, I don't know why Jay-Z did that." A little bit more dismissive than she was here. But as you can clearly see, she didn't necessarily deny anything as far as I don't know why Jay-Z might have stabbed over him. But she didn't necessarily claim Jay-Z either in this one, as you can hear. So there wasn't really much to say about Charlie Baltimore except for the hearsay that she had dated Jay-Z. She only confirmed Biggie Smalls, but there was a lot of rumors going around that she had actually dated Jay-Z as well. Now, one person that was not rumored to be dating Jay-Z was Amil. But understand this. If he wasn't dating Charlie Baltimore, then who was he talking about in the record of Not Guilty? Especially when we have to think about, the actual court case. The court case that was going on between R. Kelly and the victim of the sex tape he had. At the same time, Jay-Z was going through the court case with Charlie Baltimore. Excuse me, with over on Rivera, with the Charlie Baltimore situation. In Not Guilty, though, he would go on to rap about Charlie Baltimore, it would seem. Let's go on down to this verse here. Got lame bitches trying to fuck with my case. Same lame bitch I bust in the face. Honey just mad I got her fucking replaced. Plus a birthday pass without me even touching my safe. But I ain't gonna lie, the head was sick. But what we need to do is put that mouth on a better bitch. You heart the rhetoric. Jigga hit me over the head with a champagne bottle at the bar. Can he buy me a car? In one instance, it would sound like he was talking about one female, then he was talking about a different one. But let's move on to the next female here, which would be Amil. Because Amil would be in 1999, right? Amil was about, let's say, 99, right? Her album came out in 2000. Now, Can I Get Her was released in 1998. So if we're talking about between, 98 to 99, right? Which would leave us at Throw Your Hands Up. In 1999, we do need to note that he started to talk to someone else. So while Amil was around, in 1999, between 99 and 2000, Beyonce started to emerge. They first met, Beyonce previously told 17, that they met when she was 18 years old, which would be between September of 1999 and August of 2000. Which would mean Amil was still around in the picture, would it not? When they first started meeting, anyway. So, if Amil's first album came out in 2000, that would mean that she was still somewhat around, wouldn't it? So, let's hear from the horse's mouth. As I always say, Don't take my word for it. We always have to hear from the horse's mouth, don't we? Because Amil wasn't necessarily disgruntled about leaving the Roc, as much as she was more so puzzled as why she left the Roc.
People was hating on you at the label. I guess the assistants and all that, blocking what you needed to do. I guess why did you was that part of it? We also heard that you was dealing with Killer Priest, and that was the reason why they dropped you from Roc-A-Fella. That's what we heard. Did you hear that? And how true it?
I heard at the time. I might have been dealing with Priest at the time. And as far as there was a lot of hate going on at the label, yes, it was. Or I do believe that had a lot to do with it.
But why? Let me just ask you this question: why, if you choose to do something in your personal life, if it was to deal with Killer Priest or whoever it might have been, whether if it was a regular nigga or not, why would that? Personally, I don't know. Why would that really affect your business relationship?
I don't know, and I can't say that was the reason or anything like that. But I don't know, but it none of that changed. If any of that was the case, I also heard that it was because I got real big and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I got up to a little 135 pounds, if you want to call that big. Okay, yeah, I got there.
Oh, so they even said that because you gained some weight?
Yeah. That I gained weight, that I was real lazy and all this shit. Come on. All right, yes, I did gain a little weight.
Okay, how much weight did you gain?
I was like 110 pounds. It's less than that when I did Cannot Get It and all that. You know what I'm saying?
And then
so
you
I gained a couple pounds. and I was eating. You know what I'm saying? So then the rumor came about that I was pregnant.
Okay.
But I wasn't pregnant at the time.
Okay.
I didn't get pregnant until a year or two later.
Okay, so they thought that you was pregnant by Killer Priest or by somebody else?
I heard some fucking things. None of them was true.
Okay. So you did go with Killer Priest or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that you don't think that was the reason?
I don't know.
Do you think the 20 pounds on that ass was the reason?
Or an excuse.
Okay. Or do you think that hating ass assistant up there was the reason?
I think that had a big part of it.
Yeah. Now, how did that make you feel being an artist? And you need to have a certain relationship with the I guess Jay-Z or Dame Dash or whoever it is that you need to deal with, and then the assistant seemed like she's in this, I guess, blocking it, to put it simple. How did that make you feel?
I don't know. It's just it just seems.
Did you want to fuck her up?
Yeah, it comes to that point. But then if you go there, you know what I'm saying? They really ain't gonna fuck with you. No matter which way you go, they're not gonna fuck with you. So it's like a no-win situation.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So the song, I want to get it because I'm playing back and forth. The song that you came out with Beyonce. The song was hot. Check the video. Video's hot. You know what I'm saying? I think you were set up to... The way that it seemed like you were set up to blow. It just seemed like everything that was in place was really set up for you to blow. I'm pretty sure people want to see.
Take note of who's in one of her first main videos. Beyonce.
Your album from you, the only female to the Roc, so that had to feel good. You was the lady of the Roc. And then for all of this to come down and the way you saying, these cats treated you basically you started getting excluded out of shit. Recently they did a live concert on HBO and your part came up. Showtime, HBO, whatever situation it is. Your part came up and then they kind of try to dish you on that. Now, my thing is, if it's really no bad blood and it's years later, why would they even be on it like that?
That's what I'm wondering too. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You know what I'm saying? To this day, I've never done radio or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I've never came out and said anything foul about you or anything like that. So I don't know where where that's all stemming from me. But I'm beyond that. You know what I'm saying?
It seems like you hurt some feelings up there by leaving.
I didn't leave. Niggas started excluding me from shit. What the fuck am I going to?
Now, did you ever address these cats on that? Whether it was Jay-Z or DMX or whoever? I mean, Jay-Z or DMX. Jay-Z or Dame Dash? Nah. And you
can't even get in touch with Jay no more. That was a rap. I had to go through his assistant, all this bullshit to get with Jay. So like that, I don't know. I couldn't get to Jay. Damon, I still spoke to Damon like afterward and everything. You know what I'm saying? It was just, I don't know.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have to go into the rest of that. But what I want to next play is what exactly happened to Amil because a lot of people will start to speculate what exactly was the reason that Amil was even removed.
Album, he like, let's do this. Let's go. Hey, dog, where the hell is Amil? What happened to Amil, dog? What happened to Amil?
I don't know, man. Amil, she just disappeared, man. Like, one day Hov just say, oh, you'll never see her again, and I never did.
And that was
interesting. Jay-Z would say himself that, you'll never see her again. And what did Amil say? Time after time after time, she would try to get things done, and they just distance herself from her. So, could it be that the rumors were true, that Amil was basically there to cover up something? Because people would say that Amil was necessarily there to cover up that he was dating Aaliyah at the time. Now, there was also a rumor going around that he tried to get with Maya. Of course, Maya was not going for it, and she would turn him down. That would be the Best of Me video. We don't necessarily have to get into it in full detail, but we can put two and two together from this right here. So, Maya and Jay-Z on set of Best of Me remix video. Since it seems people love to assume celebrities are dating when they take photos together, especially Maya, here's a little background on this. Jay-Z and Maya had beef during the time of recording of the Best of Me remix, when they were in the studio. Jay-Z said Maya was stuck up and not showing him love. He said he was very cold towards him, and she was ungrateful because he was going to make her song a hit. Maya, on the other hand, said she didn't feel the need to basically act like a groupie, and she was there to do her job. The tension was thick during the session, and Maya was taking long to record her part, so Jay-Z left. The producer then told Maya to reconcile with Jay-Z so they could complete the record in the music video. There's no bad blood between the two, but they've never worked together since. And one of the biggest reasons why Maya was not doing anything was because she was dating Silk the Shocker at the time. Which quite a lot of people knew, of course. But that was one of the main reasons why, of course, she didn't hook up with Jay-Z. So, once again, let's move right along past Maya, because that would only be a distraction from the year we are in right now. Remember, we're in 1999 to 2000, right? So let's keep our eye on the prize of what year we're in. 1999 to 2000. Amil is still around. You tried something with Maya. Amil is starting to move over, but you still have Aaliyah. So let's get into that, right? Choke No Joke had put out footage of basically Jay-Z dating Aaliyah, or proof, I should say, that they were dating. So let us go to that receipt here. Because that's going to help us with what we need to start off with. Because when it comes to Aaliyah, things get a little bit deep inside the rabbit hole here. Pause. So this would be at a party in the year 2000 that Aaliyah and Jay-Z were.
What up? Welcome back to the Live Music Channel, Mr. Excitement. You know how we do Little Kim album release party. You know Cheryl, you know what I'm saying, aka Salt and Pepper in full effect. What's going on?
I'm impressed that you know my real name, Cheryl James.
I've interviewed you probably 10 times in my life, so I know you for a minute. Roxy, all that good stuff. Hold it down with the lovely Aaliyah. What's going on, Aaliyah?
What's up? How you doing? I'm good. It's been a while. Sure has been a while.
Okay, so I know that was quick, and you're saying, okay, what the hell does that have to do with Jay-Z?
What up? Welcome back to the Live.
It's been a while. Sure has.
Let's take note of something here. Let's take note of the dress and the hairstyle as well. Let's take note of the colors, the hairstyle, and the dress. Inside the description of this video on YouTube that Choke No Joke released, titled Receipt That Jay-Z and Aaliyah Were Dating, he told in the description for people to Google Jay-Z and Aaliyah 2000 inside the Puck building, right? This would be that Google search. Notice we have the same shirt. And notice we have Jay here. Notice we have an also cautious Jay. In a lot of these pictures. This would be a very early time in them two dating in 2000. Now, inside the description, it also said that rumor had it that Jay-Z didn't want to necessarily be seen in the cameras. And get this, told Aaliyah to bring a good group of friends. I want you to take note of this because we're going to remember this later on in the pod. He told Aaliyah to bring a group of friends with her so that it wouldn't appear that they were dating and that people wouldn't know. But in the coming years of pictures being taken, plenty of people would know. Plenty of people would know that these two were definitely together. In some type of way, shape, form, or fashion. Right? But it would never be anything confirmed that Jay-Z was actually dating Aaliyah. Except for one particular instance, or should I say movie, that Dame Dash himself wrote and produced. Where do we have it here? All right, so that would bring us to this exhibit here, right? So, the Death of a Dynasty movie. Some remember it, some do not. But there was a movie called Death of a Dynasty that Dame Dash himself produced and directed. Even had Jay-Z himself involved. Now, what was interesting about the Death of a Dynasty movie that had people talking was that it was a parody that Roc-A-Fella Records had broken up. A parody about Roc-A-Fella breaking up over a woman. Interesting. Dame Dash directed and produced a movie entitled Death of a Dynasty, in which the summary and plot was about the breakup of Roc-A-Fella Records over a girl. Why in the world would he do such a thing, right? Well, let's answer some of those questions right now. Let's look at part 3, for example. Because in part 3, we would see a fake Dame Dash, which would seem to be meeting the love of his life for the first time. Now, the love of his life prior to the Roc-A-Fella breakup was who? Aaliyah. Now, some of you are going to say, okay, this is a white girl. But I want you to take notice in the parody of this. Now, notice he's breakdancing, b-boy, tomboy, right? In an interview we're going to get into in a second, and I want you to take note of this, Dame Dash specifically said when he met Aaliyah, he didn't necessarily know because she had different looks. As we just saw here, there was a depiction of 3 different looks that this girl just had. The b-boy style, her holding up the rock sign with the tank top, and her also wearing the bikini. Dame Dash himself said when he saw Aaliyah, she had so many different looks to her. But he fell in love with her, saying, damn, who's that? So, let's move forward a little bit, which would bring us to about the 9-minute mark of the house party.
Oh, God. It's alright, everything's smooth.
So, this was a fake depiction of Jay-Z. Of course, we already know this is the fake depiction of Dame Dash. Which would bring us to the fake depiction of whom? Aaliyah.
The rock dude, kid. Holla.
What's up, yo? Yo, what's up, man? Yo, what's up with all this cuddling and shit, man? What, you in love? Snapping in front of girls now, dog? What part of the game is that? Yo, what you so sensitive for, man? I didn't even know we was snapping. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna change my clothes.
Notice the girl now looks at Jay-Z. Kind of parallel to the universe, isn't it? Considering people were saying, or should I say we just confirmed, Jay-Z was the one dating Aaliyah before Dame Dash.
Look, man, you know better than that. Get that shit out my face. Get that shit out my face. Fuck, I look like Dame?
Let's bring us up to about the 13-minute mark when this happens.
Fucking white dread.
Yo, Dame, I'm so sorry. I got caught up. I was dumb high, man. I will never do that shit again.
You saw Picasso?
Nah.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yo, but on the real, I was acting stupid, man.
No, I was checking you, right? Yeah, let's just do this two-way thing.
Definitely. Yeah, that's cool by me. Okay.
Check it, baby. Look, we ain't gotta wait too many in the Hamptons to do this. You come to the city, take you to Mars.
Did you notice that I was checking it down at the front?
Checking you too.
Yeah, okay.
We see here a Dame Dash finding out that Jay-Z is talking to the replica Aaliyah. Interesting.
Yo, what you getting so upset over some chick for, man? Yo, Dame, I didn't even know that was your girl, man.
What the fuck you mean you didn't know this was my girl, Jay? And you gonna do this at my party?
Oh, so this is your party now?
Yo, I'm tired of this disrespectful shit you're doing, man. How you gonna disrespect me like this?
Yo, Dame, look, man. I ain't got no time for this, man. Hey, we argued about some chick, man.
See, this is shit I'm talking about. This diva shit you want, man. What's up with this diva shit?
I don't even know you right now, man. I'm out, dude.
So you just gonna walk away from me, huh? Well, fuck you, Jay!
Up until the hand.
The main thing to note about this is the fact that Jay-Z and Dame both dated Aaliyah around the same time. Remember, Dame started dating Aaliyah around late 2000, 2001, right? If we're going to be truthful about things, let's take a pause for the cause and just fact check one particular thing. The two met through the accountant, started dating in late 2000. Aaliyah and Dame had a strong connection. Dame stated in multiple interviews they had discussed marriage. Unfortunately, the blossoming love story was cut short when Aaliyah died. So if they were dating in late 2000, that would mean, once again, in clarification, that her and Jay and Dame were all dating around the same time together.
It was all milk and cookies, you know? I couldn't find the story. Well, here it was. Are you kidding me? This was huge. This is way too big for the mic.
So, let's move along forward now to part 4. To which in part 4, we would get, I want to say, a very intriguing reference to someone. A very small but intriguing reference to someone.
Hello? I knew she ain't just fucking hang. Hello?
Yo, my mom's on the other line. I gotta go.
You gonna go next? Okay, hello? Did you hang up?
Hey, Damon.
I think she just hung up the fucking phone. Cause I'm arguing with y'all two chrome head. What the fuck I got y'all two for? Y'all ain't fight nobody all year. Who you for? Who? What he just said, Puff Daddy? Whip his ass. I just said whip his ass. Take that. Get your ass out the car. Take that. Whip his ass. Him right there, grab him. Take him out the car. Take him out the damn car. Let me tell you something, all right? Well, I'm not Puffy, all right? My name is P. Diddy. I thought I told you. P. Diddy, okay? It ain't gonna change. When I say shake his ass, you shake his ass. Put him down. Why you shaking like a little bitch? Get your ass back. I want to tell you something. My album come out September 16th, remix 2008. Cop that. It's nice, okay? Bad boy. We on top. We ain't never gonna stop. I like that. Get your ass in the car. That's right, mama.
While Dame Dash thought to direct and produce a skit like that, in which he referencing him shaking a kid like that, shake that ass, Well, let's just move on from that.
Fucking Bad Boy, 2008, B.A.C. When I pick my nose, I pick it.
So, in this particular part, we would also see a depiction of Aaliyah Cohen talking to Dame Dash.
Yo, Dave, sit over here. What's up, you alright?
Yo, they fucked my words all up, man. That article was...
Yeah, I heard you quit the mic. Heard you at the Globe. Big step up.
Trying to go for mine, you know what I mean?
Huh.
Yo, they fucked us up, man. They twisted my words around.
Who the fuck you think you are? I'm Dame Dash.
I know.
You can't play me.
Fuck no.
You know who Liar is?
Yeah, that's like the biggest white hip-hop mogul.
Liar's coming up here right now to renegotiate my contract. And if that fat motherfucker don't give me what I want, I'm taking a rock and I'm bouncing. Now that's some shit you need to write about. Instead of all this bullshit you've been writing.
Let me ask you a question, you fraudulent buffoon, you clown, you gasbag motherfucker. The fuck do you think you're doing blowing your whole CEO life over some pussy, you little... I invented you. You know that. You know you existed because of me. I thought I had done something with something. You turn out to be a total fucking zero.
Yo, sit down! Sit down!
What the fuck is this?
None of your fucking business. He works for me, you fat fuck.
No one works for you anymore. You're finished.
Listen, man. Did you come to talk about this contract or what?
What contract are you talking about? I told you something, Damon. I told you that when you were of no use, you would be gone. You are of no use. You are gone. Jay's in, you're out.
That's the way you gonna fucking play me?
You have been played. You are done. You are finished. You are gone. You are an illusion. You are sitting there in a chair you think is yours, in a body you think is yours. You are nothing and nobody. You are over, man.
Get the fuck out of my office, you fat motherfucker!
Out of whose office? Wake up. This is not your life anymore, man. You blew it. You had your shot, you fake cocksucker. You had your shot, you fucking would-be polo-playing pussy.
Yeah, all right. Make sure you print that.
Charlie! Back up!
So, in that particular scene, we would notice that Dame Dash is being pushed to the side for Jay-Z. Legend would have it that would actually happen with Aaliyah Cohen, rumor has it, was talking with Jay-Z on the side to get Jay-Z to remove Dame Dash and basically be the president of Def Jam and move up without Dame Dash being there at all. Now remember, this movie was also made prior to the Roc-A-Fella breakup. It was not after the Roc-A-Fella breakup. It was before the Roc-A-Fella breakup. So let's also take note of that as we move on to the 7-minute mark here and more confirmation of what would happen later on in real life would happen in this movie.
Times.
What's up, man? You hungry?
Nah, I'm cool.
Oh, come on, man. I can't eat all this by myself, man.
Sure? You know, this right here.
You've been busy, huh?
Looks like you've been real busy.
Me? No, I'm just cool, man. I'm cool.
You're not upset
About what?
about the shit with you and Dan?
Look, man, let me tell you something, man. You can't be running your mouth before you know what's going on.
Yo, son, on the real, they totally fucked my words up. They twisted it all around. That's not what I said at all. All I said was that you and Dan...
Stop. Let me tell you something about Dan. All right, he made 2 mistakes. First mistake is he got jealous because I'm in the spotlight. That's why he be dancing on all my videos. We had to tell him to dead that shit. Then he got greedy. He run in the office every day talking about, I need a new deal. I created Jay-Z. That's bullshit.
What about you?
What about me? I didn't do a damn thing. Aaliyah came to me. They wanted to keep Roc-A-Fella and Dame kept crying. Played us out.
What's your plan?
You'll see.
What's up, New York? It's Bomber Williams in the morning crew all up in your area. 7 a.m. in Gotham, and baby, the sun is looking hot.
Okay, so clearly you heard there, Jay-Z was basically ready to move Dame Dash to the side because what would come later on to be said? You heard it. Dame Dash said he made Jay-Z. Now, where have we heard that from? Again, I'm going to keep reiterating. This was before the Roc-A-Fella breakup. So for that to come to fruition, that Jay-Z would say Dame Dash saying he made Jay-Z. No, he didn't. How would that also come to fruition? Certain things are not as coincidences as they may seem. But that would bring us to the next part here. In which we would hear about the article. And would be a fake parody of the source article that was written about them.
You gotta give us a hint. You can't make us wait that long.
Vonna, you know you're gonna have to wait, because that's all for today's edition of What's Going On? You heard me? What the F?
Yo, look, you on the paper early, and they talking dirty.
Come on, read
Critical freestyle by Dave Ski. The once unbreakable bond between rapper Jay-Z and former Roc-A-Fella CEO Damon Dash has cracked, leaving a gaping hole from Hell's Kitchen to East Hampton. However, neither party has wasted time in readying new projects.
They both intend to release full-length CDs on July 4th. Jay-Z's new label will be called Dynasty Records. Meanwhile, Dame Dash has relocated to a Tony Hampton's estate and is already making waves with his new company, Roc-A-Fella. What? That's what I was getting ready to say. Yesterday, Dame Dash released the single Death of a Dynasty on the internet.
The song is a brutal, incendiary, 3-minute tirade,
man. Tirade.
Against Jay-Z, Beanie Siegel, Memphis Bleak, and other former Roc-A-Fellas. In a telephone interview, Jay-Z promised to deal with Dame Dash and company on wax. Insiders from both camps blame up-and-coming supermodel Picasso.
During the past few weeks, she has been spotted canoodling with Jigga and Dash, somehow managing to play both sides of the Roc-A-Fella fence with her salacious charms.
Salacious?
What? Who will take the next step in... I can't read it. Can you stop? Thank you. Who will take the next step in this hip-hop battle royal? Will it remain a war of beats and rhymes, or is violence lurking in the shadows? One thing's for sure, Dave-Ski's got the goods.
Whew, that kid is on a whole nother level now.
So, also to note, the intern, the kid that we kept seeing run around with Dame Dash, and he told to sit down, in this movie was also an intern that was running around with him. Basically, it would seem that the fake Dame Dash gave him a story about Roc-A-Fella breaking up when it wasn't actually going to happen. So let's move forward to the later on part of this at the press conference, in which Jay-Z announces, or the fake Jay-Z announces his removal, or should I say his departure from Dame.
First of all, I want to thank the people of Harlem for letting us hold this event in this hot spot. It's an important day to me and my extended family right here. It's like a welcome back home party, you know what I mean? I started my label to celebrate my independence, so I'm proud to let you all know, come tomorrow, Dynasty Records will release our first record. Ain't nothing changed. I'm still having fun. But this is the first record I was able to do with no interference, you know what I mean? I'm answering some questions, and that's about it. First question.
I have a 3-part question.
Shut the fuck up. Next question.
Yo, Jay, what's up with Picasso, man? Yo, you still hitting that? Because my niggas been telling me that they...
Mind your business.
Yeah, who's gonna run the day-to-day operations for Dynasty now?
Well, basically, the first couple of months, I'm gonna be running operations.
You ain't running shit!
It's all right. It's all right. It's all good. It's all right. It's all right. Mr. Dash decided to pay us a visit. Welcome to Harlem.
Welcome to Harlem. You in my fucking town holding a press conference. I just want to know one thing. Why you handling all these new responsibilities? Tell me when you're going to have time to stab your partners in the back, player.
Look, man, you really need to calm down before this gets out of hand.
It's already out of hand. It's already out of hand, dog. I made you, and I'm going to tell you right now, your shit is over.
Over? I was sitting here in front of the cameras with my fam. It's $60 million from Def Jam. You ran out of town with your tail between your legs.
Now, what was interesting about that as well is that Jay got at least $100 to $200 million from Def Jam later on when he would go to sign to become the president of Def Jam. Interesting. When he left Roc-A-Fella and parted ways with Dame Dash, he got around that same amount to become the president of Def Jam. Interesting blueprint this is starting to become, isn't it? Which would bring us to our finale here, in which we all should take note of something. I want you all to pay attention to the date July 4th. July 4th. I want you all to remember this day here. July 4th was the release day inside the parody of the movie, in which Dame would release his record and Jay-Z would release his record. But remember that date, July 4th, for the next excerpt. And if you wanted more confirmation that Jay-Z and Dame had something to do with this, watch this here.
That's right, and here's your reward, as promised.
Don't try to play me. I did this for fun.
Oh, well, I'll keep it.
We did it, baby.
Notice that reference there as well. The fake Dame tried to give Aaliyah money, but Aaliyah said, no, I did this for fun, as she says farewell.
Alrighty, you did your thing, man. Yep, take two. Low one. Other one had a little more gangster on. Ladies and gentlemen,
look who it is.
Did his thing. Alright. Rob, Stapleton.
Alright, baby.
Alright, don't fall.
That would be cool as me, man.
Let's get my man Biggs out here. Come on, Biggs. Yeah. Did a good job, too.
Biggs.
Alright. As you can see, he still doesn't talk much. So for real, us get into a beef over a chick, that's comedy. That's why we made this movie. It never happened. And don't worry about us, we cool. Because there's an angel in the sky looking after us at all times.
Now watch this. In memory of Aaliyah. So, the movie would happen, or should I say be produced and made, after the passing of Aaliyah. But what stood out to me about this the most was, why would you make in reference in memory of Aaliyah? Yes, of course, I understand Dame Dash is saying, yeah, I dated Aaliyah, so this is in memory of Aaliyah. But if this had nothing to do with Aaliyah, why are you dedicating it to her? That's the first thing. The second thing is, if there's no Aaliyah depiction in the movie, who was that girl that you two were fighting over? The third thing, how is this an exact blueprint or replica of what would come maybe 2 to 3 years later of an exact depiction of how they would actually break up? Quite interesting how this would be a parody, in it seems. Or was this a blueprint right in front of everyone's face of how they would actually depart without anyone knowing what actually happened to Aaliyah? Which would then bring me to what Dame Dash said. To me, this pretty much confirms every single thing about the movie. What it also confirmed was that Dame Dash and Jay-Z was dating Aaliyah, but that from what Dame Dash says, he wasn't the only one, and neither was Jay. Listen to what Dame Dash says here on a podcast just months ago.
That I've ever seen?
Experience. Part of experience.
Well, just seeing people get killed. Like seeing a bullet go into somebody's head and it swell up with no blood. Or watching life just, leave a man. That shit is fucked up. Or going to a wake. The most fucked up shit was Aaliyah dying. That was the most fucked up shit. The shit I had to deal with that. You'd be surprised how people act when they think you're hurt. That's when they really start trying to make moves on you. But
that's when they try to make moves on you? That's terrible.
You remember that when that time I was beefing in Def Jam and shit? Like when I was, they got that tape of me flipping on Kevin Lyles. And
right.
The reason why they had tried to, that meeting, that wasn't Aaliyah, but my Big's brother Bobby Burt, Baba Law had got killed. And we were all at the wake the day before. Mm-hmm. So, that was like one of my first brothers that got, that was one of the first times we ever dealt with no shit like that. And that's when they made that meeting. They said they sent the email knowing we was all at the wake. And they made that meeting to do some shit behind my back. So that's when they go. And, business is ruthless like that. Life is ruthless like that. So, I don't have I'm not like, I'm like not butthurt about it. I just be like, all right, now I'm gonna torture you. And that's the reason why they got to click up to get at me.
For the Aaliyah situation, were you supposed to be at the video shoot?
I wasn't. What happened was they were doing it in Miami, and I went State Property. The funny thing is, Freeway, she loved Freeway's records the most. Like that was her favorite artist. So I had them out there in the house making an album or a record together. And so I flew out there with my kids so that I could bring Aaliyah to make the record. So I was out there, and then, she made the record with Hype. I mean, the video with Hype, and I had just made, like, Big Pimpin' with Hype, so I knew what he was about. And I told her, I went to the video and was like, don't have him tell you that you need to go someplace else to shoot the video, because he just does that so he could skip. He did it with us. And sure enough, Hype wants to go to this place, and I was telling her, I told you he was going to do that. So I told her, like, I didn't want her to go, and that's kind of fucked up because that was one of the reasons why she was in such a rush to get back. You know what I'm saying? So, and it was crazy because that was like the one time her mother had got like a operation on her eye so she couldn't fly. Her brother was in Australia for some reason, so it was like one of the rare times she was ever alone or not with her like team like that. And even when she got on the plane, she didn't like the plane. So like one of our last texts before she went there, because she couldn't text from there, and it was the BlackBerry at the time, was I don't like the plane. And I literally was like, don't get on it. I literally was like, don't get on it. But it was like, we were squad. It's a long story, but I don't even feel like getting into it. But yeah.
No worries.
No, just shit, I don't really, not even that part, but just that's what it was. Like, she knew that plane was fucked up, but she got on it. She was always scared of planes.
How'd y'all meet?
How do we meet, romantically, or how do we meet like at first?
Either, both.
Well, I first met her like a basketball game, but I wasn't really looking at her like that. She was like, sort of like Nicolette, like a little boy to me. You know what I mean? Because she had the big.
Nicolette, she took offense to that.
No, she didn't. I was trying to get the narrative out for you. Don't you want that narrative? That's what I'm saying. I be wanting to. Like, you're gonna be. Are you a lesbian or are you not? Like, what are you doing right now? You know what I'm saying? What are we appealing to? So, I didn't look at her like that because she was like a tomboy. She was little to me. But then one time, she was. I guess we had the same bookkeeper, and I walked past. And the thing about Aaliyah was like every time I saw her, she looked different. So she had different looks every time, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" And then I realized it was Aaliyah, and then I just threw my A game. And then, I guess Jay was trying to get at her as well, and I didn't know. And then, it got brought up, and I was like, "Fuck both of y'all." But it never worked out for them, and we were both like trying to get at her. I kind of eased up, but then we ran into each other. It's a long story.
So you and Jay was both getting at Aaliyah. Obviously,
everybody was getting at Aaliyah, bro.
Right.
She was like, she'll go to dinner with a nigga, but she wasn't going to just be smashing. So that was like the big deal, like who could get with Aaliyah. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
We all put like.
Was he bitter?
Obviously. Yeah, he felt the way.
The true reason of Roc-A-Fella's breakup.
But everybody knows that shit. Like we were both.
You heard it from the horse's mouth. Everyone was trying to get with Aaliyah. Everyone was trying to get with Aaliyah, and it was basically a competition between him and Jay. You heard it right there from the horse's mouth that all of them were dating Aaliyah at the same time.
But I didn't.
Yeah, but what they be trying to act like he was like really fucking with. Nah, he was sending flowers and doing all this shit. That nigga, he was courting her. So we were both going hard, and we ended up in the same house 4th of July. So we were, for some reason this day.
Wait a minute, you, Jay, and Aaliyah ended up in the same house.
Yeah,
that's funny.
So it was like one day it might lean toward him, and then it would lean toward me. But I was just on fire that week. Like I was just.
You heard it from the horse's mouth once again, the reference of 4th of July, we all were in the same house. So why in the movie would you put the direct reference of July 4th, the album release between you and him?
Everything I was saying was funny, you know what I'm saying? It was like, and I remember coming downstairs, like, you know, it happened. He was like, I said, you know, this is going to be hard for me. Because he was throwing, because like, you know, his friends were laughing at him and shit, so.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot, we ended on Aaliyah.
Well, I might have a fucked up question since we're talking about Aaliyah, and ignore me if it's too much. But do you have any opinion on the R. Kelly situation? Do you think he got railroaded, or he's there? He's where he belongs.
Yeah, I think he's where he belongs. I mean, I know Aaliyah, so I know what he did.
Oh.
I can't be objective about that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he definitely seemed like he needed some help.
You ever have beef with R. Kelly while you was with Aaliyah? Did you ever hang on to no shit or get weird or?
Nah, she had asked me to leave it alone completely. So she never really wanted to tell me. It was like things I'd be like, yo, you know, she just was just leave it alone. She just wanted it left alone. So that's the thing that people would be like when Jay was doing videos with him, I was be in the video, but I'd be like, yo, what do you want me to do? And she'd be like, don't start nothing, just don't be in no shots with him. So I would never, you show me a picture of me in a picture with him and shit. And then when he did the record with Jay, that's why I was that was almost like one of the things where I was just like, he's out of here, Jay. I just let it go because I couldn't believe he did a project with her, with R. Kelly, knowing that he had raped my girl. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, if you look at it, like I'm not on there as an executive producer, and like he had done some bullshit before, like he wanted to get out of Roc-A-Fella with us, but we had this OG named Deuce that, you know, he didn't want to, because he didn't want us to work with Biggs no more. He was like, we could cut Biggs, and I was like, I can't cut Biggs, like we could do something different, but Roc-A-Fella.
So as you hear, Jay was trying to get out of Roc-A-Fella from beforehand. I mean, rumor had it already that Jay himself, not even rumor had it, Jay himself had said that he was going to retire after his first album. So he wasn't necessarily trying to be in the long run with Dame Dash to begin with. And Dame Dash confirms himself that Jay was trying to leave Roc-A-Fella Records long before that. And it sounds like multiple times before. But the interesting thing to note here is that what we just saw with the Death of Dynasty movie is that Jay clearly and him had a dispute over the R. Kelly situation of Best of Both Worlds. So, if there was a dispute over Aaliyah, right, wouldn't that mean that the Death of a Dynasty told a little bit more truth than what Dame Dash was trying to tell? Interesting. So, the breakup wasn't necessarily over Aaliyah as much as it was over R. Kelly and his business with Aaliyah, and the past with Aaliyah, and the fact that Dame Dash had an issue with his friend doing business with R. Kelly. That would mean that there was, in fact, a breakup over Aaliyah.
Fellas, us three. And or then he wanted me and Biggs to take less money. And I was like, I'm not taking less money. So it was a problem about a year before that. And then our OG Deuce from St. Kix or St. Croix kind of straightened it out. And then he died. And then like a year later, and him and Biggs didn't speak for like a year. Nobody knew. It was really him and Biggs that had the problem. I mean,
Jay and Biggs?
Yeah, and it's so funny because Biggs is up under him now. But yeah, it was really Jay and Biggs that had the problem. Like they had the beef. You know what I mean? Like I was always just like, let's just be friends. Like I just want to be brothers. You know, that's all I wanted, was us to be cool. And yeah. So I forgot what I was going. What was I talking about?
Now we was just talking about Jay-Z doing the album with
R. Kelly.
With R. Kelly.
So let us not remove ourselves just yet from the Aaliyah situation. So remember when Dame also said that, you know, she had a fear of flights and she didn't really want to be on a plane? Well, let's also take one quick side note down the rabbit hole in the fact that Lenny Kravitz had said that he had lended the plane to Aaliyah. He had lended his private jet to Hype Williams and Aaliyah just so they can get back safely. Well, listen to this real quick. Once again, don't take my word for it. This is coming from Debrat herself reading something from Lenny Kravitz. Or should I say about Lenny Kravitz back in the day.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
I'm on the show, the same as on this turn dreams into action. Visit Bank of America.
First, I want to say Aaliyah, R.I.P. and we love you. And let me get off into this story. So on the 20th anniversary of her death, Damon Dash revealed in an interview with Entertainment Tonight that he was upset with Hype Williams. He's the famous video director who did all of our videos when they were like 1 million plus, and the record label got all that money back, but out of our money. But anyway, let's go. Damon Dash said that Aaliyah was afraid of flying and was apprehensive about taking the flight from.
I thought that was quite interesting that the Brat had to throw that in there about Hype Williams, because there was a lot of things about Hype Williams people said was very crooked. And let us not forget that this was one of those things that stood out with the crookedness of Hype Williams.
In the Bahamas from the video Rock the Boat, and had even texted Damon. She texted Damon prior to boarding the fatal flight. He said when she actually saw the plane, she said, I don't like this plane. He said, I was like, well, don't get on it. But she was like, I gotta go because I got work to do. Always working, y'all. She was. But he said what he was more tight about was that he had heard that Lenny Kravitz had offered her a jet and Hype Williams took that jet. So he said that's what really made him mad about the whole situation when he heard about that. He said, but you can ask Hype about that. Dame also revealed that he did speak to Hype about it. And when asked about the conversation, he said, you know what? Because of my respect for Aaliyah and her family, everyone's respectful of her memory. No one really speaks on it. So in respect for her memory, I don't say a lot of things. And also, y'all, later on this morning, we'll be talking to Barry Hankerson, Aaliyah's uncle and owner of her record label, Black Ground Records.
Speaking of the uncle had actually gotten $90 million for her death. Isn't that something? The uncle had actually gotten paid $90 million basically on what we've already covered on the podcast, an insurance claim. Because he owned Black Ground Records, or had the biggest stake in Black Ground Records, I should say, he was able to recoup off of her death and made $90 million from her passing because of all the endorsements and things that she had already signed and was set to be in. The Queen of the Damned movie, all the other movies that she had been in, Romeo and Juliet Must Die, the albums.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. To jump straight into it, I want to discuss this interview that came out about Aaliyah's uncle, Barry Hankerson, in which an associate of his detailed he received $90 million in settlement money after a lawsuit because of Aaliyah's accident in 2001. Not enough people were talking about this, so here's my 2 cents on it. Let's take a look at this clip right here.
Aaliyah dies. I was with Barry when Aaliyah died for a wrongful death. He got paid $90 million for her death. Am I supposed to say that on TV? Sue me. I ain't got nothing. I was with him on the negotiations. You know what I'm saying? Black Ground Records. He's married to Gladys Knight.
Wow.
So he had Timberland, Genuine, Missy Elliott, and Aaliyah is his niece. You know.
Oh wow.
Aaliyah's his niece. So he got a settlement for $90 million for her death.
Was that just for his rights or whatever he owned?
What she would have been able to make if she hadn't have died.
Oh, okay. There was a lot of lawsuits.
I guess.
Okay.
But that was the settlement. I wasn't in. I was there when we went over to the. He got.
So before we go too far off on a tangent, of course, I want to also play these interesting clip here because here's another thing you have to also remember. The Best of Both Worlds tour, right, was between Jay-Z and R. Kelly, and we clearly heard Dame Dash say that he had an issue with Jay necessarily doing that. Okay? So, where's that? So I wanted to also play the clip of Dame Dash talking about what happened with Aaliyah and the R. Kelly, what happened with him and Jay-Z, because this is an important part here to how the Best of Both Worlds tour would seemingly be sabotaged. But who sabotaged the actual tour?
All this different stuff, but not this.
And I hate everyone gave me all the swag sauce, pause that I've been distributing for decades.
Absolutely.
It's all because of Harlem.
And that's Big's older brother, right?
Yeah.
His oldest brother.
It's Big's oldest brother. It was originally, I knew Big's brother, b.l.a., and Big was like his little brother, Mm-hmm. But as things evolved and it turned into what became Roc-A-Fella. But originally it was like original best out was like Bob and Rel, Claudie B, Kurt, Hound, Chad, Kazzy, even like Jersey Bob, and those are good days.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of what people are portraying and what they talk about was a lot of what we were doing at a time when people were scared to do it.
It was authentic experience.
Yeah, we didn't know anything else, But big shout out to b.l.a. and his family and his son. I think Bob has a baby, and his wife.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's crazy because it's like looking at you with your daughters. I have daughters, and with all the recent stuff that's going on, and I know it's a touchy subject for you because you were with Aaliyah at the time of her passing, and the stuff that's going on with R. Kelly, which to me is disgusting because everybody ain't lying, and what's done in the dark always comes to light. And the problem I really have with that, more than just R. Kelly, is the people that were complicit enablers, allowing this stuff to go on and seeing this stuff going on and didn't do anything about it. What are your feelings about that situation, and what really is the big thing? Because I know he did an album with Jay, and
let me get something to smoke on.
And the mic, it's all everything.
Well, can I say a couple things?
Yeah.
Claude wants to let you know that he had all the girls.
Yikes.
And
from what you're saying, I watched some of it yesterday as much as I could tolerate. And I'm not gonna lie, as a human, I was tight. And I was tight about a couple of things.
Yeah.
Number one, there was a girl, and when she was even trying to talk about it, she couldn't.
Yeah.
And I remember Aaliyah trying to talk about it, and she couldn't. You know, she just would leave it at that dude was a bad man. And I didn't really want to know what he did to the extent that I might feel the need, you know,
to approach it.
To just deal with it. Just because that's what a man does. But it just was so much hurt for her to revisit it. It was like, I wouldn't even want to revisit it without a professional. Whatever got done was terrible. And then what bothered me was, it was like, you know, I watched John Legend like be fearless about his opinion of it, regardless to politically how it may seem. Right. But I've been tight about this shit for years. So to be honest, like, if you remember The Best of Both Worlds, you don't see my name on that. You know what I mean? And
your name is not on either album.
Hell no, I never wanted no parts of that. So when Holmes was doing that shit, I was like, bro, you know our homie violated, and he violated my girl. He violated a friend of yours. So, you know, when he moved forward with that, like me, I was like, yo, Dusko! I was like, yo, I don't want no parts of that. Put my part of that to Aaliyah's breast cancer thing, you know? But then it was around the time when Jay was acting like he didn't want to really continue and move forward with all of us as partners because he didn't want Biggs down, because he wasn't doing nothing. And I was like, yo, bro, I can't move forward without Biggs. You know, we can start something new, but like Roc-A-Fella, you know, that's us. We can start Dynasty records, but we gotta maintain Roc-A-Fella. And our OG squashed it from St. Kitts, Deuce. And one of the settlement was, all right, well, dog, you know, you just keep all that, fuck it, because I wasn't gonna have none of that anyway. Word. But what happened was, as soon as it came out, you know, the tapes came out. So karmically, it couldn't breathe. It already destroyed. But then years later, they tried to do the tour.
The best of both.
Yeah, but it still didn't work out. But you notice I wasn't a part of any of that. And the karma happens. But the thing I didn't understand is I was like, I know I'm not fucking with that. And because of the moral challenge and him choosing one way, I knew morally we weren't the same. So to me, Roc-A-Fella was defunct. It was over. I couldn't fuck with it. It was something that to me was just like, not to say unforgivable, but I couldn't understand it. You know what I'm saying? And then I didn't understand how people didn't, I thought, well, the people aren't gonna have that. But nobody said nothing.
Standing by, watching it, and just not
saying anything. Nobody said nothing, but it's unconscious, because even, I remember, you know, again, we spoke about this. One time I remember you was at a concert and shit and you posted a picture and I called you. I was like, yo, bro, you know you got daughters.
Right.
And you know what that man did, and I know what he did just based on what I was told.
Right.
And you immediately was like, yo, you right. And what happened from there?
I ain't cut him since.
But the thing is, you weren't, you know, again, the same way, yeah. Like, because my version.
Unconscious of it, like not really thinking.
Well, my version of that is like, no matter what I heard about Michael Jackson, I still listen to Michael Jackson. So I understand it, but I can't support it. I can't go to it and it just.
Yeah, you can't condone and support no molestation and no.
But at the end of the day, my question is, why does it take people so long? Why is it only because there's a documentary and now it's popular, now people stepping up? This shit been going on for years and people been looking the other way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know personally what happened and people I respected looked the other way. You understand what I'm saying? Which to the extent I didn't have as much respect for him moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Because again, the moral fabric was compromised. Like, damn, that was my girl. Yeah, that was shit, you liked her. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, we liked her as a friend. We know what that man did. Money before principle.
Notice how he keeps emphasizing that. He keeps basically confirming and emphasizing, and this was even before the interview that we played in the last clip. He keeps emphasizing that this was, in fact, the real reason that Roc-A-Fella Records had broken up over Aaliyah. It was because Dame Dash had become super disgruntled with the fact that Jay-Z was even working with R. Kelly to begin with.
Is that intentional, or is there something in the air? Like, what is it? But again, I had tried to put a lot of that behind me because I know the anger of addressing it, what it does, it becomes a distraction. But, you know, it's been brought up, and, you know, it's like, shit, John Legend had the courage to speak. I guess I gotta speak. So I gotta give him his props for being man enough to do that. But again, the question we all have to ask ourselves, me, you, all of us, why is that when we know something's wrong, just because of pattern or we're used to something or we enjoy, we're conveniently, you know, we look the other way, even with more fabric is involved. If a dollar is involved, or if it's just convenient. And why does it take so much time for people to understand things? Because I've been, like I said, like, yo, I ain't really trying to have no beef with homie. You know, it wouldn't be right to take it there, but it's like, yo, he got to stay over there. You know, I can't even,
on the other side.
you know, just from what I know. Because whenever I would be around those dudes, he would be decent. He wasn't like a, you know, it was all right, but it's just I knew too much. So I couldn't be around. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want no parts of that bread. All money ain't good money.
Hell no.
So it's like,
and then a lot of people, you know, like in a situation with like them being children. You know what I'm saying? Young girls. It's crazy because they like, it's like, no, hold on, let me say this because my mother, my sister was in the modeling.
So, once again, it would appear that Dame Dash possibly had something to do with the way that the Best of Both Worlds tour even went. Because if Jay was agreeing with it, Kelly was in agreeing with it, but at the time Dame Dash was not in agreeing with it, that would only raise suspicion to why we would then get a scenario where R. Kelly is saying, similar to Martin Lawrence, they're trying to kill me. Do you guys remember when R. Kelly was on the radio with Jay-Z and this happened?
A lot of people don't really understand that. They don't know that you missed the lighting cue. What are you talking about? Right? So the cue that was missed was 2 sets ago. So that had to be all premeditated. Like, then I do a set, then he do a set, and then he runs off and screams at the light.
Is this the reason?
Shout out to Gary Westcott. I'm really sorry you had to put up with all that.
Is this the reason that, because I know there was a show in Connecticut that was canceled.
Yeah,
is
because he wanted to get a new lighting guy.
So you had to cancel the show.
We had to cancel 2 shows. We had to cancel Milwaukee, and we had to cancel Connecticut.
You guys are never gonna
cancel.
You can't fix this.
Louis,
you're gonna.
And we canceled Cincinnati.
Hartford.
I mean, this is just disrespectful.
Are you gonna
man.
do the rest of the tour by yourself?
Yo, I would love to just do the Best of Both Worlds, me and Mary. I want to put it out there right now. Like,
Mary,
just do it.
I just spoke to Mary. She's at home. She wants us to call her.
Let's call her.
So we gotta.
I don't want to put that. I'm not gonna ask on there.
No, we don't have to ask her, but I would like to get on the phone because she can't. She.
You know, people when you answer the phone, ain't nothing but people that's gonna just add negative drama to it. I like to keep it naked and keep it the truth. Doing this whole tour, Jay's been turning out a lot of shows, but I've been turning out a lot of shows. You know, it just depends on what your market is. Everybody know that. But tonight had absolutely nothing to do with Jay's getting a better response because I said earlier, I expected it. He's at home, and I know what Jay, I'm 15 years deep in the business. I know what Jay is.
Notice how there was also disruption in the phone when R. Kelly was talking, but it was very clear when Jay-Z was talking. But listen to what R. Kelly said.
You said, I heard you earlier, you know, and you were saying we was rocking and everything. I mean, Mary said that everything was rocking, and she was right. It was jumping off, you know.
Nobody
felt good.
from the crowd, we couldn't tell there was any kind of problem coming, or that even when you left, I didn't like. I was like, what did he say?
Right.
What happened?
Exactly.
Like, I didn't know what.
We didn't understand it. Right. If you guys just, you know, you guys here and all my fans out there is listening, if you guys just take a minute, just a second, and go back 15 years, I have never just stopped a show. I don't care who I've been on the stage with. It may not be the best of both worlds, but I've been on stage with many of people. Right. And I've seen artists come out and get way more response than me on some shows. But I'm not about competing with people. I love music, and I love doing what I do.
So what happened?
Well, what happened is when I came out, first of all, I was threatened earlier prior to that, you know. Don't come to Madison Square Garden. Now, this ain't my first time being threatened. You know, I've been threatened before.
What do you mean threatened on the phone? Or?
Yeah, on the phone. Yeah, on the phone. And I've never been, you know, scared of anything but God. You know what I'm saying? So I came anyway. And but I did let my people know, I let my lawyers know, I let my business manager know, and a couple of people that's close to me that I had gotten threatened. What you think I should do?
Was this an anonymous threat, or was this somebody that you know?
It was a private call on my phone.
Nobody that you knew, just don't come to the garden.
Nobody that I knew.
Something's going to get threatened.
Anytime I've been threatened on the phone, I didn't know who it was, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it happened, but I came anyway because I really wanted this show to happen just like Jay, just like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know who Jay travels with. I travel with 3 kids of mine. I got 3 kids. I got a wife out here with me, you know what I'm saying? And they were with me. They at the show. But they come out on happy people, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And doing me and Jay's part, I saw a guy looking real hard at me, you know what I'm saying? And I said, okay, it's New York, it's hard, it's all good, you know what I'm saying? But I went back to the left, came right back to the right, and during that time, dude opened up his coat. I can't say the guy had a gun. I'm not going to lie on anybody. I don't know if he had a gun. But when he made the movement to open up his coat, I saw something. I don't know what I saw. It's like 6 row, whatever. That's what happened. I bypassed it. I didn't worry about it. But when I went backstage, after Jay came out, I went back to change so I could come out for my segment. I asked my wardrobe. I told my wardrobe lady what had happened. And I asked her, what do you think I should do? You think I should, because I don't want nobody thinking that it's going to be some more drama or anything like that. But she told me I should just let security know or whatever. That time I was talking to her and changing. Between talking to her and changing, I got back out. It was my time to go back out for ignition. I came back out for ignition. The guy wasn't there. I had told my guy John to go around and see if he had saw the guy. John said he actually remember a guy sitting like maybe 5th or 6th row. So he ran out there, but he said the guy wasn't there. I came out and I didn't see the guy either. But as I'm performing now, I'm really into the crowd, like really looking in the crowd. I see another guy in the bleachers doing the same damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my French, but I saw another guy.
You saw him from the bleachers?
There was another guy in the bleachers to my right doing the same thing. Maybe 4 rows up, you know the bleachers that go up. So another guy.
Is that when you said, is that your girl, homie? Like right around that?
No. This when I was like, around the time when I was singing, the first time was around the time when I was singing, what's the song, A Woman's Fed Up, when I said, calling Tyrone. Yeah, you know, I never do that. If anybody know my show, I usually let the audience sing it. And they'll usually say, calling Tyrone. But my fans know what I'm talking about. So, anyway, I sang that part tonight for the first time ever, because I know it's a part you let the crowd sing. But the reason I sang it because at that point I was nervous as hell. And I was, struggling for my words. It got quiet a few times on my segment because things that I was supposed to say, I couldn't say because I'm now worried about my back, or my front, you know what I'm saying? So at this point, the second time it happened, the segment was almost over. I went backstage, I ain't gonna lie, I was crying, I was upset, I was pissed off, and I called my production manager, Chris. He called Joe McDavid, which is my business manager. I told him what was going on. They sent security out, this, that, and the other. And by the time I got through crying and going through all the whole thing with them and snapping, man, they was telling me, it'll be cool. I said, no, it ain't cool unless y'all go find that guy. You know what I'm saying? Or find those guys or whatever. After that, I went back on stage out of being desperate because Jay had just came off and the crowd was just sitting there. So I snatched the mic back. I went out there. I was crying. I was upset. And I simply told my fans, I love them and I thank them for supporting R. Kelly. But we're in a situation with something like that where, somebody flashed some guns at me. And at this point, I'm thinking.
Did you say something? Was that the whole thing you said? Did you say something about, I think there's going to be a riot, or I think people are going to run up out of here or something like that?
I ain't say nothing like that.
No?
Don't even make sense.
Okay.
I ain't say nothing like that.
Something like people going to run out of here?
I said, I love my fans. I said, I hope y'all are still my fans after I say what I got to say. I was trying to get security to come out here and say it, but, I decided to do it myself because I wanted them to hear from the horse's mouth. This is what I saw. Now, this ain't the first time I've been in an audience when somebody made a messed up gesture at me or whatever. Back in the past, it's happened. In my last show, sometime, depending on what city, whatever, it has happened. But it's just that I had got a call prior to that earlier today. And then for me to get here, and then this happened, then I became nervous as hell. At this point, I'm thinking about my safety. I'm thinking about my kids. I'm thinking about my wife. And I'm thinking about just,
What about, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, I know, but I'm just curious because I know there was other shows that Jay was saying when he was here, you heard it, that you left. There was like 4 or 5 shows that you left, and he felt, I guess, because it was for the same issues that he believed it was for this one. I mean, what was the case in the other shows?
The other case in the other shows, it wasn't 4 or 5 shows. Let me just, I was just at the end of this.
I'm sorry, go ahead,
no
finish.
I can be here till the morning answering these questions. But what happened is, at that point in time, I was concerned about my safety, and I was concerned about my kids and my wife, you know what I'm saying? So I went to the dressing room after I made that announcement and apologized to everybody, but let them know what was happening. Went to my dressing room, and then by that time, New York police came, and they asked me what happened. I told them what had happened, so they locked my door, just told me, just hold on, just chill for a minute until we can, sweep the place and we could see those guys. At that time, I asked them, had they checked, all my people really was asking them, had they checked the place? Had they checked everybody? And they said they did. They checked all the guys coming in and everything, but they didn't check all of the girls. They checked most of them, they didn't check all of them, And at this point, I became even more concerned, you know what I'm saying? Because anybody, let's be real, can carry a weapon. I know where I come from. Guys can get their girls a weapon and bring it in, whatever. I don't know. Did I ever see a gun? No, I didn't. Did I see somebody just like they had a gun? Twice. And that I became concerned about my safety. So at that point in time, lawyers was back there, everybody, because just like Jay or anybody else at this point, your lawyers and everybody else going to be concerned about your well-being and notify the cops or whatever. I was done for tonight. I was done. But when Jeff Sharp, which is the promoter of the tour, came back there and told me that everything was cool, we going to get the police out here. It's 140-some police. They called more. They're going to get them out there and sweep the place and make sure that everything is cool. And if they do that, would you feel comfortable about going back out? And I said, well, do that. They did that, and they came back, which is plenty enough time for me to go and perform. And they did. They came back. They said everything was cool. They got cops all out there.
When you say sweep the place,
just
mean?
To go out there and look for the guys, see if they see anybody, and then just place them in a certain area where, if anything do jump off, they all over the place.
Right.
They all own it,
So the cops went out there. Now you're backstage. I just want to get it clear.
Yeah.
So you made your announcement that you believed that there was people out there with guns waving at you. Then you went backstage, and then the cops went out to kind of secure the area more, just kind of
exactly
and check. All right. So then go ahead. I'm sorry.
Then they came back, told me, they got a lot of cops out there now. Everything should be cool, even though I said to myself, but y'all ain't gonna be walking around on stage with me. I said that to myself. But I thought about my fans. I thought about radio stations.
Okay, so it clearly seems that something was going on with R. Kelly back then with the Best of Both Worlds tour that Jay-Z had nothing to do with. Or should I say that he even knew what was going on with R. Kelly. So it would be clear to me that Dame Dash would be the one that had all this going on with R. Kelly and he had no idea what was going on. And through the sabotaging of this tour, one would have to speculate, why would Jay-Z then circle back around and then do another tour with him in 2004 and then you title it Unfinished Business? They titled the second album with 11 records Unfinished Business even after the debacle of this tour. At that which point, Dame Dash in 2004 said, enough is enough, we're done with Roc-A-Fella. But a key thing to note with R. Kelly, and we have to now circumference this thing in. Okay, so we know that Jay-Z and Dame were both dating Aaliyah at the same time in 2000, right? 2001, Aaliyah passes while she's with Dame Dash. The tour happens about a year or two later with Jay-Z, R. Kelly, and Dame Dash around each other. The tour debacle happens. Let's now also put in the info of Hype Williams being involved. with the possibility of him having something to do with Aaliyah's death. So let's also couple him in. Now let's also couple in Aaliyah's mom and the uncle that received money for her passing. Reason why we're coupling all of this in is because rumor had it that Aaliyah was supposed to be signing to Roc-A-Fella and leaving Blackground Records, which would have been the uncle's label. So it makes perfect sense here how now an insurance policy claim comes into play for everybody. And everybody gets to make off of Aaliyah's passing. Now, how the mom comes into play, and we don't need to go down the pipe hole that much of Aaliyah, but how the mom comes into play is Lisa Van Allen herself mentioned that R. Kelly had slept with Aaliyah's mom. R. Kelly had said it himself. So that would implicate that R. Kelly definitely would have made something off of the passing of Aaliyah as well.
So he's confiding in you at this point, and he's telling you about his own sexual abuse.
Yes.
Okay, so what kind of stuff did he tell you?
First thing he confided in me about was about his own sexual abuse. He told me that his sister molested him when they were children. She would make him put a pencil in her vagina, do oral on him. He would do oral on her, things like that. So that made me really comfortable with talking to him about what happened to me. And, that was like the first initial thing that made us kind of bond, you know what I mean? So yeah, we dealt with that. He told me about him and Aaliyah, their situation. They had a pact, pins and eyeballs, no matter what anyone said, or if anyone stuck pins in their eyeballs, they would never tell about their relationship. Things like that.
Okay, so what exactly did he tell you about his relationship with Aaliyah outside of the pins and eyeballs thing?
He told me that they were married, that she was pregnant, that they did doctor up the marriage certificate. So she would say that she was 18, so they could get married. And the reason they got married was because they felt like if he was married to her, and if he said he thought that she was 18, that he wouldn't be charged if someone found out she was pregnant until they were able to get the abortion and get it annulled.
Okay, because I'd always heard that rumor that R. Kelly married Aaliyah because he had gotten her pregnant.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. And this came out of his mouth. I could take a lie detector test to this. This is what he told me, specifically told me.
Okay. I mean, you cleared out like literally a decades-old rumor.
Right.
Like,
No,
I've
it's
never
not a
heard
rumor.
anyone actually.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So R. Kelly was having sex with her from like what age? 14, 15?
Honestly, I'm not really sure the age, but I definitely know when they got married, she was 15. So if she was pregnant, I mean, I'm imagining at least 14, So.
Okay. So R. Kelly gets Aaliyah pregnant. They try to get married with a fake age. It ultimately gets annulled. Aaliyah never talks about it.
Yeah. They stuck to their pact.
Yeah. And I remember seeing an interview with Dame Dash, who had dated her, years later, right before she passed.
Yes.
And he even said that he had asked her about it once, and she said, "I don't want to talk about it." And
Yeah.
that was the end of that. So, I mean, she stuck to that. Did you ask him at all why he was having, because he was probably, what, 24, 25 at the time? Like, why he
Yeah.
was having sex with a 14-year-old?
Yeah, he was older. I never asked him why. I guess because we were kind of like in a conversation of just confiding in each other. But he did get a little more in depth with more details about when her mother found out, and that her mother, he actually stayed at their home in Detroit, and her mother actually was sexually attracted to him as well. And he said when Aaliyah would go to sleep, that he would, this is what he said. He said that he would go in the living room and him and her would do sexual acts on the couch while Aaliyah was sleeping in the bedroom.
R. Kelly was having sex with Aaliyah and her mother at the same time?
That's
I mean,
what
not the exact same time, but
That's
the
what he
same
said.
time frame?
That's what he says. Yeah.
Oh, so maybe this is why Aaliyah's parents have never spoken out themselves.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. Wow, this is something I've never heard before.
Right. Me, I knew, hey, came from his mouth.
Okay. And I mean, you're 17 at the time, so I guess it didn't really
Yeah. I just was
bother
like,
you.
other than like, wow. Really what was like, wow for me was the mother.
Right. That would be a wow for me too. But to now string all of this together, we have to now sum everything up. So how this all ties back to Jay. This is one of the said reasons that Jay is next after Diddy. Because how this all strings back to Jay is the fact that Dame Dash was one of the main people, not even one of the main people, he was the main person of contact for Aaliyah when she was about to pass. Dame Dash was the last one that spoke to Aaliyah before she passed and got on that plane. So who was it that gave Lenny Kravitz the or should I say the word that, hey, someone's over there in Bahamas because you're lending a private jet? Was it Dame Dash or was it Jay-Z? Well, one thing to also note is that during this time, Jay-Z and Dame were still very cool with each other. One thing to also note is that at this time, we're talking about the year 2001, right? So that would also mean that Jay-Z and Beyonce were starting to date in 2001, correct? That would also mean that Amil was still sort of in the picture between 2000 and around the time that Aaliyah had passed, right? So if we're stringing now together the fact that Dame Dash was the last person to talk to Aaliyah, on top of Dame Dash, Jay-Z, Hype Williams, R. Kelly are all friends at this time, right? Because Jay-Z goes into business with R. Kelly later on, right? Are we following here? Shortly after Aaliyah's passing, R. Kelly and Jay-Z go into business together with the best of both worlds. Also have a second album called Unfinished Business. We then couple that in with the removal of Dame Dash behind the possible sabotaging of the Best of Both Worlds tour. We get to the removal of Dame Dash because he doesn't agree with how Jay-Z and R. Kelly are together. We have the removal of Dame Dash because he doesn't agree with the practices of R. Kelly. We have the removal of Dame Dash because he didn't necessarily agree with Hype Williams taking the jet and having Aaliyah take the smaller plane to die. Could it have been that the Roc-A-Fella breakup was faked to begin with? Not necessarily just a parody in the movie, but a blueprint to an escape plan. A blueprint to an escape plan in which the breakup would overshadow what really happened with Aaliyah. You see, in 2000, we still had Amil around. We had Amil basically being the front woman for Roc-A-Fella, which would disguise the fact that Aaliyah was even around Jay-Z and Dame to begin with, because everyone knew that Jay-Z was mainly dating Amil. So, if we're going to now round all that up, the Roc-A-Fella Records breakup in 2004 was nothing more than a cover up for the loving memory of Aaliyah and how they had to remove Aaliyah. Because as they removed Aaliyah, they would usher in Beyonce. As you see here, in 2000 to 2001, Beyonce and Jay-Z start dating. The biggest thing you have to note is the fact that in 2001, Aaliyah passed. They began dating when Beyonce was just 19 years old. After getting to know each other, we were friends. First for a year and a half, we went on any dates. Before we went on any dates, she later told Oprah Winfrey on an own interview. We were on the phone for a year and a half, and that foundation is so important for a relationship. Just to have someone who you just like is so important, and someone that is honest. 2001, November, they appeared in Vanity Fair. 2002, we finally get Bonnie and Clyde. Basically, the announcement that those two were together. But one interesting thing we have to note before we even move on to, while we're still on the subject of Beyonce, is that around the time that Beyonce was in the game, she was very, very young. Okay? So, as we all know, she was in Destiny's Child from around the age of 16 when they first were getting their stardom, right? About the age of 17, she does the video with Case. People started putting that together as well. But 18 and 19 is where things get interesting for Miss Beyonce. When she turned, let's say, 17, right? Because, quote unquote, everyone said that this was before Jay-Z. But let's listen to Matthew Knowles real quick, the father of Beyonce. Now, in an interview, Matthew Knowles would speak about how he actually felt about Jay-Z dating Beyonce. I kind of don't like how Vlad said the quote-unquote gangster rapper thing, but I mean, that was one of the things that was being said. So, let's listen to Matthew Knowles and his response to that question.
How did you feel initially when Beyonce started dating Jay-Z, who is very successful, but he's also, generally considered a gangster rapper?
Well, I'll tell you this. I've been asked that before, and this is true with Kelly and Solange. I never got involved with their personal relationships. I can only say as a father that I hope I instilled with them the values that they would want to look for in a man. And I think I did when Beyonce wrote on her, I think it was her first album, maybe it was the second one, the song Daddy, that she hoped that she found someone just like her daddy. How do you know I'm not a gangster or used to be a gangster? I've been in the music industry for 30 years.
So you never interfered with your child's relationships or any of the group's relations with men, right? Well, why was Bun B
in another room in the studio?
Okay.
And so
this?
Pimp goes in. They're like Destiny Child over. He's like, "Oh, I want to meet them. They tight." You know, he goes in and he introduces himself, and I guess Beyonce was kind of taken aback that she was meeting Pimp C. Again, this was before Destiny's Child was a worldwide phenomenon. And so he comes back in the studio, and we're recording and hanging out, and Matthew Knowles comes in, and he asks Pimp, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" And so they leave out for a couple of minutes, and Pimp comes in, and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, "Yo, Matthew Knowles just told me don't fuck his daughter, man. Please don't."
So, Matthew Knowles would tell Bun B and Pimp C, or should I say, he pulled Pimp C to the side to say, "Please don't fuck my daughter." Matthew Knowles told Pimp C, "Don't fuck my daughter." Well, rumor would then to have it that there was a Girls Gone Wild tape about Beyonce, in which Pimpin' Ken, a protege of Pimp C and Bun B and UGK in Houston, Texas, would go on record to say that he possibly had even seen.
It's his interview. You will be well seasoned.
You be game tight, man.
Come on, man. We're gonna get the game. We're gonna get these guys game tight today. So should a P ever send a female a picture? Why not?
Man, no, because you know what I'm saying? It's called first and last. If I'm gonna take a chance, give me my money in advance. If you can't give me no assistance, keep your distance. Have you ever went to McDonald's and went to window 2 and got your burger? They say pay at window 1, pick up at window 2. You understand me? So why would I let you see what's going on in window 1?
Come on.
When I need to get my money in window 2. You know what I mean? I need my money in window 1, then we can see what I got in window 2. So, you know what I'm saying? I got to meet on my Peter. You know what I'm saying? The longer you pay, the longer you can stay.
Judge!
Tabernacle!
I'm trying
Bishop
to say
Godward.
I'm trying to say
Seymour.
So with that being said, let's go back. You had mentioned Pimp C earlier. With that being said, did Pimp C really have a sex tape of somebody in the industry that would break the internet? You look like you done seen it, Marvin.
Marvin
seen it.
Tell him who it is.
Hey, man, tell him who it is. We still trying to find out who was in this Pimp C tape.
All I can tell you, there was a famous R&B chick, and it was a guy that was getting money at the time. And, you know, Pimp, he used to be in the studio. And every now and then he'd have a camcorder, so he was able to get some footage. And he wanted to do something with the footage, but I don't know why he didn't do nothing with it, but if I could have got a hold of that tape, I'd be a billionaire, man. Whoever it was, they had to kill me, man. I know TMZ would have paid a bank for that one, man. But yeah, it is a tape, and if you read the comments, a lot of people figured out. Okay. A lot of people figured out because, you know, people that was in Houston at the time, they know who was a little loose, you know, as a Montana goose. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they also know who was having money at the time. So it's not really hard to figure out. But, you know,
just tell us. Just say the name.
But no, the only reason why I won't tell it because Pimp C is not here. So therefore, I'm respecting his wishes. If he wanted to get out, maybe he would have put it out. Maybe he might have had to deal with the situation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe him.
The way you make it sound like it was gonna be a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal. A big deal.
What was it a decent tape, by the way?
Well, you know, we was sitting at his mama house, and I was showing him my movie that was yet to come out, Pimpology. And so he said, "Ken, I got something to show you, man." So he seen it, and you know, me, you know, I'm saying, man, you know, me coming from the P world, you know, I ain't trying to see no.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I seen who it was. I'm like, damn, her? I said, man, damn, she R&B, ain't she? You know what I'm saying?
Big time.
I said, I said, man, he married and he got a bank. You know what I'm saying? I said, I hope this don't get out. So it was more like that with me. So, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it wasn't no real, like, tape. They were just getting their freak on. You know what I'm saying?
In the studio.
In the studio, and Pimp just had a camcorder. He was in the booth.
Hey, man, R.I.P. Pimp
R.I.P. Pimp C is right. But that wouldn't be the only instance that, you know, Pimp C hadn't necessarily had an issue with Jay-Z. As rumor would have it that Pimp C really had a problem with Jay-Z over Tupac. As outlandish as it sounds, that was a real story. As Bun B has went on record and said it himself, his own manager has went on record and said it himself, Too Short has said it himself, but listen to the actual producer that recorded it.
I was fighting like hard. And I'm like, Phil, stop whatever you doing right now. I told you what was going down with Jamal. I was for John. But luckily, Short had already worked with Jay, and I knew this guy named Hip Hop. He recognized us up there. Hip Hop since 1978, shouts out Hip Hop. And he set it up a meeting to go meet with Dame Dash. So we go, after I leave Java, go to Roc, to the Roc. As soon as I sit down there, Dame Dash opened up his checkbook, cut a check for $1 million. I'm like, whoa. He like, I was like, is this for sure? He's like, no. He said, we want to with UGK. I was like, what? He's like, we want to with your boys.
That's right.
So I immediately picked up the phone and called Pimp C. Because all I was trying to get was 100,000. When Dame cut that $1 million, I called Pimp on the phone like, yo, Pimp. And him and Jamal was in the house. And I could hear a tussle or some type of confrontation, right? And I'm like, calm down, bro. Y'all calm down, Pimp.
I ran up the cable bill.
They was fighting. They was fighting like hard. And I'm like, Pimp, stop whatever you doing right now. I told you what was going down with Jamal when you moved him up in there. I said, but right now, I got $1 million check for you. All we wanted was 100,000. I was just like, who is that with? I said, with Roc-A-Fella. He was like, what? I was like, yeah. He was like, I'm watching Dan with the checkbook, he writing it out. He was like, ain't that with over there with Jay-Z? I was like, yeah. He was like, man, tell him to take that check to go give it to Tupac mama, man. He's gonna be stealing all my shit. I was like, what? So I hated it. I called him on speakerphone. So I jumped up to click it, and there was another guy standing at the Dame that was getting another $2 million check. To do an adventure he was doing with Dame. But I was...
the Lee Daniels?
Yeah, front line and center. It was me, J-Mac, and a girl named Mary. So we was rolling with her because she was a cop from Patterson, New Jersey. And she just needed some work. They had retired, and we had her because she had a pistol. And we up there, and they switched from Short business that I thought they was want to talk about Short because we was doing songs together. It was like, nah, we want UGK. And so I called them instantly because I knew y'all niggas at the house.
Right.
I was like, yo, I'm excited. I got $1 million. This is it. Roc-A-Fella is the shit. There's the shit. I called Pimp, and these niggas fight. So I calmed them down. And then once Pimp locked in, he was like, wait a minute, Roc-A-Fella. Ain't that where Jay-Z at? I was like, yeah. And I didn't get the connection. I was like, he was like, tell him to take that check over to Tupac mama and give it to him for stealing all Tupac shit. And I'm like, what?
I put him on that Pac life, boy. he went, once I let him hear that Tupac, he went on his mission for me.
So I'm trying to figure out like what that got to do with this, right? So I jump up to take him off, and I look up, and I see Jay, the door closed. I didn't see Jay at first. He was behind us.
Right.
And I hadn't met him. It had nothing to do with the music shit, right? And he ain't know I met Short or UGK, nothing like that. We just met on some real shit in New York. And I see dude, I'm like, oh, shit. I jump up instantly. I go over there and go, Hov. He wasn't calling Hov yet, but I knew he was on it. I was like, yo, Hov, you got to go down there and see his mama, man, and go out to dinner with them boys because they move different down there. They already rich.
Right.
There's too much concrete up here in New York. Them Texas boys not about to come up here. They roll different. So unless you take his mom out to dinner and sit down with them boys, then you could do some business with them. I had to turn down the check. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to be responsible for such a serious situation.
A lot of money right there.
But they was the first. Roc-A-Fella was the first to cut $1 million checks to
That was one of the biggest checks probably that you had came up on.
100,000 was a lot back
Yeah.
then. You know what I mean? So to see that was just overwhelming. And I didn't realize it because hip hop set the meeting up so smooth. I had no idea. By the time I sat down, the check was already cut.
Wow.
So once I called Charlie, I was down there fighting and shit.
Yeah.
And I calmed him down, and he did the reality check. Like, wait a minute, Roc-A-Fella, Jay. He was like,
So that wouldn't be, like I said, the only time that Jay would have had a discrepancy with Pimp C. So we have the sex tape.
It's a real famous rapper,
and then
it's a real famous R&B chick.
Incident.
Okay. Yeah. Pimp had a naked. He had a recording.
It's starting to really seem like there would have been some type of
a lot of
motive there,
mysterious
doesn't it?
celebrity deaths in hotel rooms.
Wow.
And all these celebrities die in these hotel rooms by themselves.
Man, Pimp C head was this big.
Stop it, man.
Are you serious? Man, it was this big, dog.
Jay-Z has a remarkable ability to consistently capture public attention and allegedly manipulate media coverage. Since stepping into the spotlight, he has been a constant topic of discussion, with the media being particularly drawn to the intriguing aspects of his life. Jay-Z's knack for creating headlines is evident in his history of engaging in controversial situations, such as feuding with Offset, the questions surrounding his relationship with P. Diddy, and navigating a complex marital relationship with Beyonce. One particularly shocking claim revolves around Jay-Z allegedly orchestrating a plan to harm Pimp C, according to certain sources. This revelation surprised many, as it suggested a level of ruthlessness that wasn't previously associated with Jay-Z. It's a stark revelation that challenges preconceived notions about his character, catching both fans and observers off guard.
This guy had the meanest face I've ever seen. Like, I was like a little scared. I'm saying this here on live TV.
Indeed, December 4th carries a significant and layered connotation in the realm of hip-hop, extending beyond being solely recognized as Jay-Z's birthday. A decade ago on that day, the hip-hop community bid farewell to one of its most authentic and impactful voices, the late and great Pimp C.
Chad Butler, known as Pimp C, died in a Los Angeles hotel.
So isn't that something to note already? The exact birthday of Jay-Z. Isn't that something? December 4th, 2007. December 4th is Jay-Z's birthday. 6 years later, on his birthday, 6 years after Big Pimpin', the death of Pimp C. That's a little bit awkward.
The turnout at his funeral in Port Arthur showed just how much he was loved and admired in this area.
The use of the term trill serves as a poignant reminder of Pimp C's influence and the genuine, unfiltered nature he brought to the microphone. Despite the momentum that was building for Pimp C in the industry, as indicated by the term trill, the transient nature of life and memory became apparent. Even the most enduring memories, like the impact of Pimp C's contributions to Hitty. The publication said it was cough syrup, but the actual autopsy says it was M. It will take time for your people to catch up with you. He loved the South with all he was. According to David Banner, a rapper with insights into Pimp C's life, the undeniable truth about the music industry was that Pimp C had certain issues that were widely recognized but remained a topic that nobody was willing to openly discuss. Pimp C's death, as perceived by the audience, resonated more as a M than an accidental occurrence. One person wrote, quote, "There's more to his death than is being told. I don't believe that it was an accident. Pimp C spoke his mind and was also a very smart young man who became a threat to some people and made them feel uncomfortable." Another one added, quote, "Ayo, hashtag RIP Pimp C. That man was a pioneer and a legend when he stepped in the game. I feel like Pimp was taken away from us due to foul play, but his name will forever live on through his music, no doubt about it." Shout out to hashtag Bun B as well for them creating UGK, which will be iconic forever, no cap at all. One more person added, "Actually, there was reports of the scene being bloody. The publication said it was cough syrup, but the actual autopsy says it was M scene with blood and no fingerprints. Definitely a hit." Discussing potential adversaries, Jay-Z is notably at the top of the list, as previously mentioned. Speculating on the nature of a conflict that could escalate to the point of contemplating M raises questions about the underlying reasons for such intense enmity.
I ain't gonna say who it is, but it's a real famous rapper and it's a real famous R&B chick. Okay. Yeah. Pimp had a naked. he had a recording of them.
Bun B, another figure from the music industry, is depicted in the video speaking in cryptic terms. In this intriguing revelation, he unveils surprising details about the beef between Pimp C and Jay-Z. According to Pimpin', Pimp C allegedly had a passionate affair with Beyonce while she was still married to Jay-Z. The tension between the two men escalated due to the existence of a private video featuring Pimp C and Beyonce, described explicitly as a S-tape.
Pimp had he had a recording of them. I think he died with it, but he could have made millions of dollars.
Pimpin' suggests that this tape could have been a lucrative asset for Pimp C if he had chosen to release it.
Just to clarify, we already clarified once that that tape would have been made before Jay-Z and Beyonce, which would have meant that the tape was around when Destiny's Child was going on. As we already went over when Bun B himself said they met when they were still with just Destiny's Child.
Potentially causing significant repercussions for the careers of top rappers and music artists in America. While it might not have affected Jay-Z as much, given the drama surrounding such revelations, it adds a layer of complexity to their already strained relationship. Additionally, Pimp C and Jay-Z reportedly had a pre-existing feud rooted in professional disparities, contributing further to the animosity between them. In 1999, both Pimp C and Jay-Z had planned a musical collaboration together, but Pimp C was not enthusiastic about it. The underlying reason for this difference in opinion was revealed by Too Short. According to him, the stumbling block in reaching a mutual agreement stemmed from Tupac, as Pimp C's reluctance to be part of the song was solely tied to Pac.
I don't know, but he said, I'm not f***ing with nobody that did with Tupac.
Too Short added that he exerted pressure on Pimp C, urging him to go along with the collaboration by repeatedly saying, "Just do it, man, do it, do it." This implies that there were ongoing issues between them, and these conflicts seemingly persisted until Pimp C's death. However, there is another, potentially more distressing possibility. Pimp C was reportedly discovered in a peculiar state at the scene of his death. Attendees at his funeral were reportedly shocked by the condition of his body. Limited access was granted to view his deceased body, even though he was a prominent rapper. The aftermath of his death was described as resembling a scene from a horror movie, leaving those who saw his body deeply unsettled. These details contribute to a sense of mystery and unease surrounding the circumstances of Pimp C's passing.
And Pimp C head was this big. Stop it, man. Are you serious? Man, it was this big, dog. I mean, you know.
He was darker too.
Hey, his lips would look like plastic.
These details suggest that there might be a larger and more intricate scenario at play than what initially appears. Rumors have circulated that Pimp C was either in the process of or about to expose a cult, and this potential revelation could have been a factor in his death. Allegedly, Pimp C had stirred up a significant amount of controversy with his Ozone interview, where he called out HS executives, criticized fake rappers, and even made remarks about the entire state of Atlanta. Pimp C's stance on these issues appeared to evolve over time with a shift in his views. This transformation occurred following his release from prison, where he had served time for an assault charge against a female. The circumstances surrounding his M have also been labeled as a potential sacrificial practice. Too Short, reflecting on the discovery of Pimp C's body, mentioned,
The door was locked and I just had to break it down, because if the door wasn't locked, that means somebody left out.
Right.
If the door was locked, that means he felt good, he locked it, he was in there.
The revelation that the door was locked from the inside introduces a new set of questions, suggesting that the circumstances leading to Pimp C's death might not have been forced upon him. The intact lock with no signs of forced entry implies several possibilities. Either Pimp C was a willing participant, he was too incapacitated to resist, or the potential murderer exited through a window. A third possibility, if examined closely, implies a meticulously planned and executed M. Such precision could only be attributed to a determined rival who harbored resentment towards Pimp C's success or standing in the industry. The relationship between Jay-Z and Pimp C was previously discussed by Jeff Sledge, the VP of Atlantic Records, revealing Pimp C's views on Jay-Z after a disagreement on a music video. This historical context adds another layer to the complex dynamics between the two artists, suggesting that there may have been long-standing tensions that could have played a role in the tragic events surrounding Pimp C's death.
I only gave him 12 bars. I ain't gave him 16, man.
Certainly, the private video featuring Pimp C and Jay-Z's wife adds another layer of complexity to the situation. The potential release of such a video could have serious consequences for both Jay-Z's career and his marriage. Some people have suggested that Jay-Z is the prime suspect in Pimp C's M, as he would be the one most motivated to eliminate a threat to his career and personal life. The argument is framed around the idea that, according to this perspective, Jay-Z viewed Pimp C as competition, and as long as Pimp C possessed the video, there was a constant threat to Jay-Z's career. Coupled with pre-existing differences in their professional relationship, this theory suggests that Jay-Z might have been compelled to take drastic measures to safeguard his reputation and personal life.
So, with that, you also have to know, okay, you're asking yourself, how does Jay even get something like this to happen? How does Jay get to Pimp C in 2007? Well, you look no further than someone that would be very close to UGK, right? That would bring us to Jazz Prince. Now, we don't need to go far too down the rabbit hole here because, as I said before, when it comes to Jay, you have to look at the connections and the people that's around him in order for you to go down your rabbit holes. But if you would ask yourself how he would get to Pimp C, you would look no further than the gentleman sitting right next to him that he is in very much business with over the years, Jay Prince. Now, of course, it is all alleged, so we will move forward and bring our focus back once again to the fact that we are still on the timeline of Beyonce, right? So, if we are on the timeline of Beyonce, we are now in the year 2001, going into the year 2002. So, if we're talking about the year 2001 and 2002, we would also have to make note of someone else, wouldn't we? Meet Jaguar Wright. Now, as you all know, Jaguar Wright has been making headline after headline after headline after headline over the past couple of years, consistently giving information out and truth about the industry, whether that be Diddy, Jay-Z, Common, Mary J. Blige, you name it. She's already done the whistleblowing for all of us. Hell, it's the reason we're able to tell the truth right now. But did anyone know that during this MTV Unplugged, this very famous MTV Unplugged, that Jaguar Wright replaced Mary J. Blige in the song Cry, did anyone know that Jay-Z and Jaguar Wright were dating? Jaguar Wright would go on to confirm that herself. Years later. Those years later would come now, as she would be on the bigger interview with his wife. She would let information out that not a lot of people knew.
Welcome to segment 2 of the Throne Room. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, saints and ain'ts, participators and agitators, and
hoodie. And I was trying to figure out which clothes I was going to put on. And I heard Dame like screaming at the top of his lungs. And so for whatever reason, I opened up my dressing room door and I peeked out and I looked. And like Dame and I think it was like a couple of his homies, cousins, they were sitting there holding him, was forward and holding him back. He's like, I'm going to kill you, motherfuckers. And I'm like, what the fuck is about to happen here in the back of the garden? This shouldn't be happening tonight, It's a big night for Roc-A-Fella. Everyone should be happy, especially Dame. And then you hear Mint bleep, fuck you, nigga. Aaliyah's dead. That bitch is gone. Beyonce the queen, she in now. Long live the queen. Fuck Aaliyah.
Mm.
And then I heard a little voice and said, all you gotta do is put on your sweatsuit and walk out the back door and nobody will even know you gone.
Mm.
And I did.
And you
And I
did.
slipped out in the midst of the chaos right before they locked down the entire place, because when they was walking Beyonce out, nobody could be in the back cage. Like everyone had to be cleared out as they paraded her to the stage.
What was Meek Mill so mad about?
Not Meek Mills, Memphis Bleak.
Memphis Bleak, my bad. What was Memphis Bleak so upset about?
I don't know what he was upset about. What I do know is that he didn't get no fuck that Aaliyah was dead. Actually sounded kind of happy about it. And he was professing Beyonce as the queen.
So after you removed yourself from that, you spoke
I
about...
did not go to the after party that night. They were so angry with me.
Because you walked out, or the combo of walking out
Well,
and
I
not
walked out
attending
and
the
I
after
didn't
party.
go. See, what happened is everybody in the Roots that was in the Philadelphonics, they went down to 4040 for the after party. And the way Sean had things set up back then, especially for his big events at 4040, you had the regular area, you had the bar area, you had the party area, you had the table service area.
Now, pay close attention to what she says here in as a reference to the VIP that Jaguar Wright had access to and why she had access to that VIP.
And then you had a VIP upstairs, and then you had the VIP, which was Sean's private VIP. And that night, anybody who was on the show had clearance to come to the party. But people were assigned to different VIPs.
Mm.
The Roots were only allowed to go to the first VIP, but my name was on the list for the second VIP.
Mm.
For Sean's private VIP.
Mm.
And Amir called me, and I had already taken off my clothes, my makeup. I had just gotten out of the shower. I was getting into bed. I ordered room service. I turned on a movie. I just wanted to recuperate. I was tired. And Amir was like, you need to come down here to the club. And I'm like, why? Why ain't you coming? I'm like, what do you mean, why am I not coming? I'm sick. I'm tired. I'm not coming. I did my job. I'm not coming. Look, you ain't gotta say, just come down here and get us into the VIP. I'm like, ain't y'all in the VIP? Y'all on the list? You the fucking band. You the fucking Philadelphonics. You on the list? Yeah, but we on the list for the first VIP. You the only one on the list for the second one. You the only one on the list for Jay-Z's. Can you come down here and get us in? I said, so you want me to get out of my sick bed when I got a dinner coming and a movie on, and I just got finished taking care of myself and I need to get rest, and you want me to get up, get in the car? I'll sit in the car. You ain't got to take a cab. I'm like, this isn't about who's paying for my ride. I'm not going.
Mm.
All you got to do is come down here and just get us into the VIP. And I said to him, man, if Sean wanted you on that list, you would be on that list. If you want to get on that list, why don't you go ask Sean?
Mm.
Because I ain't coming. I said, and don't call me back. I'm going to bed. And I hung up. I was persona non grata after that. I was the worst motherfucker in the world after that. The question that everyone should ask about that very real story that I very rarely talk about is this. Even though I was there as a member of the Roots, why was my name the
Why
only
was your
name
name
on
on?
Jay-Z's list?
Correct. That was my question. Because you were a member of the band. Why do you believe that you were on that super VIP list?
Well, I know why I was on the list.
Could you share?
Because I had a key to the apartment. That's why I was on the list.
What do you mean, sis?
She had a key to the apartment. You heard exactly what she said. She had a key to Jay's apartment. That's why she had access to the VIP. And why would you have a key to Jay's apartment?
I mean, the only people that were on that list were people that had a personal connection to him.
Mm.
Like I said, I was on that list because I had a key to the apartment.
Mm. Got it. After that, what series of events even pulled you further away? Because you didn't stop
They
making
started the
music.
blackballing process.
Okay. Because you didn't stop writing. The music was still in
I never
you.
stopped working.
Right.
Never. My catalog is extensive.
Very
Sean
much
Carter
so.
would know. He's housing a good section of it on title without my acknowledgement or consent.
What are some of the subtle methods that are used? We often hear about
Oh, they're not
the
subtle.
blackball, or just outright. What
They're
are some of
not
the
subtle.
steps? How does one as an artist recognize that there is now a blackened ball being rolled in their direction?
Oh, it's very simple. You go to the same places you normally go to, and you no longer have your table. You're no longer allowed in the VIP, even though you paid for VIP membership. Promoters who booked you on a regular basis all of a sudden are going in a different direction, but they're still booking the same people. They're just not booking you. Artists that you would normally work with start taking a lot longer to return your phone calls. It isn't a shun. You are shunned. Sometimes they get so fucking petty, you can't even go to the place that you buy coffee and get served anymore.
I was curious about that. When we did Orange Juice Jones, he spoke about not, being able to, at the plight of his success, Grammy nominated and everything, that he didn't. It was like step through the door. That what makes them shun an artist? Why would they? Is it a door that they want you to step through that you decide not to take a part of? Or is it some party that you don't attend that they say that you're blackballed? How does that normally work?
No, it's just really simple. People stop returning your phone calls. Shit starts going wrong. Deals start falling through.
So let's let her answer that question a little bit more deeply in these coming interviews that she would do outside of Art of Dialogue. Because I noticed that she would get personal on certain interviews when she was asked the right questions. In
I
this
was all
particular
like,
interview, she mentions
and
Big
I'll
L.
be honest, and I said this. I was like, I feel like Jag doesn't have the right people behind her, like somebody like trying to help organize and shit like that. But I do see
I
you
got the
working
right
with real
people
life
behind me, but
production.
everybody can be bought. Dame Dash got fucked over by somebody who was supposed to be his friend. I'm going to tell you something right now, Sean, because I know you're watching.
Listen to what she says here, because not too many people knew this. And this would attest to what we were talking about earlier with Foxy Brown.
Or you have someone watching. I'm going to admit something right here on AT2 channel that I've never admitted before. People think I'm a snitch. The truth is I'm the best secret keeper in the world. I keep secrets even what I'm about to say my husband don't know. I started fucking Big L when I was 14 years old.
Whoa.
We kept it on the low because I was young. You didn't know that, Sean. And you don't know everything that L told me about you. Please sue me. I want to go to court.
Wow.
I want to tell everybody in the world all the things that Big L told me about you when I was fucking him.
So this Big L is associated.
Big L is the one that put Jay-Z on.
Wow.
Jay-Z was the last person to see Big L alive.
Wait, so this Big L person is not.
You heard it there. Jay-Z was the last person to see Big L alive. It only begs the question of what more does Jaguar Wright know, being that she was that close to Jay-Z, as well as someone that was a longtime protege of Jay-Z. Or should I say, was Big L a longtime protege? Or should I say Jay-Z was a longtime protege of Big L?
Living on this earth no more.
He's been dead for years. And he was working. Find a way to take over full control of the entertainment industry.
Listen Roc
to this
Nation
here.
On your page and stuff like that. So now you're more vocal. What was the turning point?
They went too far. Sean Combs and Sean Carter have been working together for the better part of 25 years to find a way to take over full control of the entertainment industry. They have been slumping and sidelining relevant hip-hop communities for decades so that they can have control. Now they done killed Jacqueline Avon, and they done picked up old Clarence Avon, and now they running around acting like they remind me of fucking Macaulay Culkin and fucking Home Alone. That's what these niggas is acting like out here. They rigging shit, doing all kinds of shit, happy that ain't nobody around to tell them what to do, and they just get to act a fool. Free Beyonce. She a prisoner.
Now you had said that you felt that Beyonce was a prisoner.
Free Beyonce.
Because I always heard their relationship was put together. Like it was a business. Or I did hear that.
Him and Matthew Knowles had a deal and then he screwed him. I'm gonna make it easy. Sue me.
Yes,
I want to be sued. I want to be sued.
Jack, why do you want to be sued?
Because I want to have to go to court. Because if I go to court, I gotta swear on the Bible to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I believe in the God that they say that it's all about, so I'm not gonna lie. And then I get to say all of those things that I haven't said on court record in front of a judge, which could open up other investigations into other things, which is why y'all niggas want me killed. Sue me, please.
Wow.
Please sue me.
To watch the full show, please go to the description of this video and click the link.
Okay, and that wouldn't be the only time that Jaguar Wright, or should I say, that Jaguar Wright would have to tell some truth, of course. Like I said, she went on a tirade of interviews, basically truth-telling and whistleblowing. But on this particular interview here that we're going to play next, this would be the only time that she let out the exact true reason of why she's been on the run for so long and why she actually was even
Where's the money
able to
going
get
to,
close.
Jack, for title?
To
What do
Jay.
you mean he's pocketing it? He's been pocketing that pussy $25 million over the course of the past 20 years. Sean Carter owes me $25 million.
Wow.
And the simple fact that he keeps slumping the greatest career performance that he's ever had, which is Jay-Z Unplugged, which would not have been what it is without me. I did.
is working with Roc Nation.
I'm telling you, we both took the blood oath. And he was paid to be my husband so no one would know who I was really involved with.
Oh, wow. So are you saying that you've been in the Illuminati ritual?
I'm admitting it now for the first time. I took the blood oath. And so did my first husband.
Whoa.
And I left.
That's why it ain't never been right since, because you left it. You don't leave anything like that.
I did. After I found out what actually happened to Aaliyah, there was no way I could stay.
Mm-mm. Oh my God.
And then I started doing my research. And I started talking to other victims. I should have never signed that non-disclosure agreement, but I did.
Mm-hmm. Them NDAs are crazy. But you know, if anything is illegal, you can speak out.
And look at what speaking out has done.
It's caused a lot of chaos. It has.
Now imagine if I told the full truth. Now imagine if Chris Brown had said, I'm going to quit now because Jay-Z is going to ruin my life forever. Imagine all the great shit that wouldn't have happened.
But one of the things I caught her say was that, you know, she's seen people basically being done wrong and just accepting anything, and that's just not what she was into. So she chose to walk away from it.
Got that. She can choose that all she wants. Does that make it right?
If that's her choice, that's her right.
No. Why does that make it right? Listen to what I'm saying. If she's amazing, if she has something to offer, if she's great at what she does, why should that even have to be a choice? See, this is what I talk about when I say cruelty-free artistry. Because everything that she just said is only relevant because cruelty in the arts community is so accepted that nobody would dare check it. And guess what? A lot of us who did say, fuck it, I'll give it a try. Even though I don't want to do this shit, we didn't want to do it either. But when you're great, and you know that you deserve the right to be heard and seen by the world, you make hard choices.
So because she didn't take the blood oath and you did, that makes her bad? I'm just trying to correlate.
No. It illuminates a very, very, very big fact. No one should be forced to make that kind of choice with a God-given gift that was given by God.
And that is the truth there. But another person that would come to realize that, you know, it's not necessarily a good thing to do business with Jay, if you're a female, would be Miss Blue Cantrell. Now, I want to also keep noting that we are still now in the year 2001 and 2002. Reason why I want to keep noting that is because these two are still together, while all of these women now, what should I say, where we at? Aaliyah, Jaguar, Amil. Who else we said? He tried to get with Maya. That was all between the 2000 and 2002 time frame. Amil, Maya, Aaliyah, Beyonce, and now we're at Jaguar Wright. all in 2001. So that brings us now to 2002, where we would now have a Miss Blue Cantrell. So, rumor had it that Blue Cantrell was dating Jay-Z at one point, but not necessarily for a long period of time. As you can see here in the background, Dame Dash, Jay-Z, Mariah Carey, Paris Hilton, and Kim Porter. Jay-Z looking at Blue Cantrell. In my opinion, looks quite interested. As they appear to be just having some drinks and having a good time here. But, as I said, rumor would then have it that Blue Cantrell had something to do with Jay. And we didn't need much clarification. Miss Wendy Williams, God bless her, provided us with that. As she did an interview.
What's happening, everybody?
Around 2002, when the rumor was hot and on everyone's mind.
That's your natural hair color.
Yeah.
You look like a natural blonde.
That's because I have a very good colorist. He's really good.
Did you fuck Jay-Z?
Oh my God!
I heard he's hung like a horse blue. Are you hating on Beyonce? Did she really have him locked down?
I think so. I think they're in love. I think they're in love.
Is politics speaking?
No, I really do think they're in love. I have a big crush on him, though. I'll tell you that much.
Did you fuck
I
him?
still have a crush on him now.
Yes,
No, no, I didn't. No, I'm really selective about it.
What?
Really. I really like him, though. And I don't care who he's dating. I always had a crush on him, though.
If he came in right now and we were all not here.
What?
I'm just saying, you're in New York.
Yeah, okay. And what
If you ran into him and everything was right, would you make that play?
I wouldn't turn it down. Let's just put it that way. Okay. But you can't just go around just, sleeping with guys like that because it might not even get you anywhere, You have to be smart about it, who you choose to lay down with.
It's so weird because I so totally understand what you're saying, but there are so many women who misconstrue what you're saying as, bitch, please. You're spreading your legs wide open.
Hey, let me tell you something.
For Playboy and Black Tip.
And they think that you're going around sleeping with everybody, but let me tell you something real quick.
Okay.
There ain't too many girls that are like me. I don't just sleep with anybody, okay? You gotta court me. You gotta wine and dine me.
You're from down south.
No, it doesn't matter. Just because you do nude pictures and you risky and you sexy doesn't mean you out sleeping with everybody.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't get down like that. Some of my
So after this interview, it would be not too shortly after that Blue Cantrell's business and career would be sabotaged. As she had broken her silence shortly after, it would seem to me that after she did that interview about Jay-Z, that her career would go into a down spiral. Once again noting that this is all around the time of 2002. 2002, 2003, 2004. It seemed to be that there was a good rough patch. A good
that
patch
robbed me for like $500 for a session ended up being in the studio while I was there with the president of the label.
Blue Cantrell. You were singing fool. And you made a choice to work with someone and you probably didn't realize how nefarious he was when you got involved with him. I didn't.
Did she really have him locked down?
I think so. I think they're in love. I think they're in love.
Is politics speaking?
No, I really do think they're in love. I have a big crush on him, though.
It looks like we finally know what happened to Blue Cantrell, the R&B sensation from the early 2000s, and allegedly it had something to do with the love triangle between her, Beyonce, and Jay-Z. Rumors have been swirling for some time that Beyonce orchestrated a plan to eliminate her competition, and Blue Cantrell might have been just one casualty in the saga. Plus, we know that Blue didn't just hold her own in the R&B scene. She also got pretty chummy with Jay-Z, especially when he was just starting to date Beyonce. But here's where it gets really creepy. One day, Blue was found wandering the streets of Santa Monica, claiming that someone poisoned her. So the million-dollar question is, did someone actually try to eliminate Blue, or did she suffer some kind of breakdown after being mistreated by the industry higher-ups? And did Beyonce and Jay-Z have a hand in all this?
Well, one thing to also note is that her name is Blue Cantrell, and the first name of the first child that Jay-Z and Beyonce had was titled Blue Ivy. What irony.
Break it down.
There's a lot of tension because you're around each other so much and you're fighting and you're nitpicking, and definitely can relate to that.
So you know how there's this ongoing chatter about Jay-Z and Beyonce possibly pulling some strings to clear their path to the top? The list of artists who allegedly fell victim to their alleged career sabotaging tactics is pretty extensive. But one name that tends to fly under the radar in these conspiracy talks is Blue Cantrell, Jay-Z's rumored ex. Back in the late 90s, Blue kicked off her career as a background vocalist for big shots like Diddy, and it wasn't long before L.A. Reid recognized her talent and offered her a contract. Fast forward to July 2001, and Blue drops her debut album, So Blue. The record not only won over the critics, but also made a splash in the commercial scene. Her album's leading track, Hit 'Em Up Style, Oops, not only snagged her 2 Grammy nominations, but also catapulted her into the spotlight. Things were looking up, and the upward trajectory continued into 2003 when she dropped her second album, Bittersweet. But here's where the plot thickens. In 2001, Blue found herself getting cozy with none other than Jay-Z, who had just started courting Beyonce. In the same period, Beyonce was busy carving out her solo career, and wouldn't you know it, in 2003, the same year Blue released Bittersweet, Beyonce's debut album, Dangerously in Love, hit the shelves. Rumor has it that this musical clash led to a heated rivalry between Beyonce and Blue.
Which would be a little bit ironic that the title of that album was named Dangerously in Love, huh? Puts a whole new twist in the damn name, don't it?
That Beyonce wasn't just worried about Blue's rising success, but also had suspicions about her and Jay. Now Blue was quick to downplay any romantic involvement, insisting that it was all platonic. But then came the infamous Wendy Williams interview. When asked if things ever went beyond friendship with Jay, instead of flat out denying it, Blue let out a nervous laugh and dodged the question.
Have you ever kissed Jay-Z romantically?
No. No, I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
Oh, she's touching him off the neck. Look! You see?
Why do people not want to let the Jay-Z Blue Cantrell thing go?
Wendy then floated the idea that Jay-Z might have shifted his attention to Beyonce over Blue because Blue just didn't fit the young and naive bill that Jay supposedly preferred, and Beyonce was probably more easily influenced and manipulated.
I said on the radio that I didn't think it would last, though.
What, me and him?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're above 25.
Why, he needs somebody younger than that?
At the end of the day, yeah.
Why did you say that?
Because I think at the end of the day, a younger, less savvy to the ways of the world broad.
Somebody a little bit more naive.
You said it, not me.
But the drama didn't stop there. After Beyonce and Jay-Z dropped the music video for their 2003 collaboration, Bonnie and Clyde, things took a messy turn. Blue didn't hold back and publicly claimed that the video was suspiciously similar to the promo for her song Roundup, which, by the way, hit the scenes first. But this copycat business apparently wasn't a one-time thing. In November 2002, Blue released a collab with Sean Paul titled Breathe, and just a few months down the road, Beyonce dropped Baby Boy, featuring none other than Sean Paul. And remember how on Baby Boy, Beyonce belts out the line, "Let me breathe." Coincidence? Maybe, but the coincidences keep piling up. Another track from Beyonce's debut album, Signs, features lyrics like, "I was in love with a Sagittarius. I wish he was a Virgo, the same sign as me, and know how to show me love cause I've been hurt by a Pisces." Well, Jay-Z is a Sagittarius and Blue Cantrell is Pisces, so another coincidence? Now, when all these coincidences were brought up in a 2003 interview with The Guardian, Blue laid it straight, saying, "I'm an adult, she's younger, and if she's doing what you're saying, then she's being a little immature. But Blue didn't stop there. She also threw a warning Beyonce's way, saying, maybe she's trying to do it to get press, but I want to make her understand. If she goes there with me, it's the wrong move. She needs to understand what she's doing and what she's getting into. And when asked if she thinks Beyonce was throwing some subliminal shots at her, Blue said, if she is being negative, she doesn't need to be, because she's a beautiful girl. But if you have issues with your man, address it with the guy, don't take it out on the girl. It seems like Blue was hinting that Beyonce might have felt a bit threatened because Jay-Z still had some lingering feelings for her. Now, if that's the case, it could be the missing puzzle piece explaining why J and B named their first child Blue. Or of course, it could be yet another coincidence. But if the idea of naming your firstborn after an ex is creepy, wait till you hear what happened to Blue after she openly threatened Beyonce. Fast forward to September 2014, and Blue was found by the police wandering the streets of Santa Monica at 2 a.m. screaming about someone poisoning her with gas. According to TMZ, the episode went on long enough that someone called police, and Blue was then taken to a nearby hospital for an evaluation. In the meantime, Blue also got dropped from her label, and since then, it's been a rough ride for her. Rejection after rejection from record labels. Back in 2013, she was optimistic, claiming to work independently on her third studio album. But fast forward to today, and that album is still MIA. So did Beyonce and Jay-Z really pull some strings behind the scenes, orchestrating Blue's sudden exit from the spotlight? Well, it's a question that quite a few industry figures are tossing around, including Jay's former background singer, Jaguar Wright. Jaguar pointed out that many artists who were seen as competition for Jay-Z and Beyonce met suspicious circumstances or witnessed their careers hitting rock bottom overnight. Jaguar recalled the incident with former Def Jam artist Eric Sermon, who allegedly jumped from a third-story window in September 2001. Coincidentally, the same month Jay-Z dropped The Blueprint.
So, it would appear to be that now we're starting to get a string of some people now, isn't it? Another one, because like I said before, between this time of Blue Cantrell, of course, we're now in 2002, right? Between the time of 2002 and 2004, when we had Unfinished Business, we had seemingly, a good patch, 2003, 2004. But in 2005, the intro record that I played, titled Trouble, had some interesting lyrics attached to it. And those interesting lyrics were attached to the rumor that Jay-Z had an affair with Free from 106 & Park at the time in 2005. Now, the rumor didn't just come from any old where. That one was really the word on the street that Jay-Z had slept with Free. And of course at the time, Jay-Z and Beyonce still, and I mean still, only were saying that they were dating at the time. They never still could really confirmed anything. So, I want you to listen to this clip here of Wendy Williams talking about the baby of Free. Like I said, never take my word for it. Things can be all alleged. It's all alleged.
What's up, ladies?
But
What's up, fellas?
Facts.
It's your boy Trey Songz singing acapella.
And Tata's girl, Marquita, on the birth of your baby. And congratulations, most of all, to Beyonce. Because now you can go on and deal with whatever, issues you all deal with, the love and, whatever, without having the pounding footsteps of a child involved. Oh, God. Thank God for that phone call. Thank God. So Beyonce Free didn't have a baby. He was in the hospital because Tata's girl, Marquita, had a baby. So congratulations, Marquita. You have saved the day, woman. You have saved the day. Because the hood is hollering right about now. What? What's B gonna do next? By the way, the Wendy Williams People Poll question. Do you think you're capable of murder? 70% of you said no. 30% of you said yes. Dropped it in my mouth. And the rub landed in my belly. And then my belly grew and grew and grew. And then I had a baby. Now, I don't have to explain the push-push thing, even though I went through that, because he sees my tummy tuck scar. So he's assuming, I guess. I mean, I didn't even go to the rest of the story because there wasn't. I thought that was great. Took a little bit of each of our features, mixed it up, and dropped it in my. We believe in God in our house, so you know that whole God thing was a big part of it.
One other one, but she passed for a while.
Okay. Do you think you need to be using last names? And I mean, there's a bunch of.
That was actually the Q&A part at the end there that I had to. Let me rewind it back real quick. Oh, that was the part 3. Excuse me. That was the part 3 part. Give me 1 second here. Because I do have that as well. But you know what? Before we get to free, I want you to listen to when Jay was talking about Blue Cantrell in the beginning, because he actually mentioned Blue Cantrell, in that interview with about Foxy and Amil also.
There's a lot of girls that want to know, are you ever going to settle down? Is there a Mrs. Hova? Then there's rumor questions about certain particular chicks.
I would love to settle down one day. I mean, I'm a human being, you know what I'm saying? I waited. I don't have any kids. I waited for that whole thing. I wanted to do it right,
wife, kids, all together at the same time.
Yeah, but I know, right now, my career and what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do is the most important thing to me. So, I mean, I got time.
I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have to ask you questions. There's about 7 Blue Cantrell faxes, and there's about 4 Beyonce Knowles faxes. Do you care to comment on either one of those situations?
I don't understand the Blue thing, you know what I'm saying? I understand the Beyonce thing. We cool, you know what I'm saying? I wrote a couple songs for her. So I can understand that. But
because there's some connection. Not a romantic one or no?
No, we just cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Blue?
Nah, man.
No,
nothing's wrong with her.
Right.
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
Not
but
true.
Nah.
Okay. Do we have to do that right now?
No.
I have a minute? There's a lot of Foxy questions on the faxes and online. There was a big article.
Okay. Here's the clip with Free about her having the child.
One snap of your finger. Everybody needs some.
Should I leave? Is that selfish to my son?
Come get some.
Let me tell you one thing. It's really
next hour is the hour of truth, where I will reveal to you who will be selected as the new band. You also do that? Want to know what my hospital name was? Oh, I zhuzhed it up.
Here we go. Okay.
Do you want to know what my hospital name was? Oh, I zhuzhed it up. I had 9 months on bed rest to zhuzh it up. Are you ready for this one? Fabiola Carrington. And a person like Fabiola delivers in full makeup and hair, like I did, and then does not receive any guests other than husband and mother and father. That was my mother and father came in.
Okay, so real quick, just to bring context to you guys so you're not so confused. I meant to play this one before part 3. So reason why she was doing this in part 1 was because she was trying to say that Free actually had disguised her name in the hospital to basically cover up the fact that she was even having Jay-Z's baby. So it made it look like that there was someone else having a baby instead. So when word got around that Wendy was on the radio saying that she was having the baby by Jay-Z, they called in and switched it up to Tata was having a baby.
Until after my animal print pajamas are put on, silky. I ordered them, I think, from the Romans catalog or something like that. But, I needed something to greet my guests. Fabiola Carrington.
Right now.
Thank you. But I just got this note from Nicole, who's my right arm back there in the office. Free gave birth Monday. 50 and Jay-Z was there. She gave birth in Brooklyn at Methodist Hospital. Who do we shout out to? Oh, hell. Beyonce. What you gonna do now, B? Damn.
on Oprah.
What?
She's gonna be on Oprah today.
No, but she's going to be talking about whether she's pregnant on Oprah. She damn sure is not going to talk about whether her fiance or boyfriend or whatever.
So notice that as well. Every time someone was quote unquote sleeping around with Jay, something was also happening with Beyonce that would basically disguise the news. With Blue Cantrell, the album was coming out. With this particular situation, to cover it up, there's rumors of her being pregnant. Interesting.
You know, planted one in the next broad. Damn. Was it a boy or a girl?
Oh, or twins.
I try to bust a nut, he bust a nugget. What? The heir to the throne is Free's child. Well, girl, you just gave birth to your golden ticket. Ow.
Jonathan Plummer lives.
Yeah. A lot of women think things look bleak after 30. Some women think things look bleak after 35. Look at Free. 37. Still looks fabulous. She will snap back into shape. And if she doesn't, she's got the money for the best plastic surgeries in the world. You know why? She's given birth to the prince.
Yes.
She gave birth to the heir. B.
Oh.
You'll give birth to the spare.
So, let's note this as well. In the record that I played in the very beginning, entitled Trouble, Jay-Z raps in the second verse. Not me, I need Angelina Jolie's company. So I ain't gonna make a move unless I got a plan B. That'll happen the day I have a baby by Free. So this is him playing on words that he had actually knew about the rumor. That'll happen the day I have a baby by Free. Not to say that's anything wrong with Free, just to say that ain't nothing wrong with me. If my hand's in the cookie jar, know one thing. I'm gonna take the cookie and not leave my ring. If my hand's in the cookie jar and know one thing, I'm gonna take the... Y'all know what I mean. So that was his acknowledgement of the rumor that he and Free had a baby. Now, there is literally no way that you can Google or fact check where that baby is. Hell, you can barely even find pictures of Free's children, if at all. Which is very quite odd. You can't even find pictures really of Free and her children. Nor can you really fact check the names. Faces, comparisons, nothing. As if that whole history was just wiped clean. Interesting. So, another person's career that was seemingly just, vanished and wiped clean would be 2 years later. Beyonce would then have to deal with Tiarra Marie. In an interview with Vlad, she talked about her parting ways with Roc-A-Fella in Roc Nation, or should I say she was with Def Jam. It was all subsidiaries at that time. But she...
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Tiarra Marie, and you're tuned in to BlackTV.com. Mwah.
You got dropped from Roc-A-Fella, and you didn't really see it coming.
Right. I mean, no, I did not see it coming. I was getting ready for my prom, getting out the shower, and I got a call from Jay Brown, who works for Jay-Z, and he just told me, it was a nice run, kiddo, but, we gotta let you go. So that was the end of it, and I just kept it to myself for like 6 months. I didn't want to tell anybody because I didn't want to deal with the questioning and all of that, so I just kept it to myself, and finally people started hearing it through the grapevine.
You kind of had like a mentor relationship with Jay-Z during that time?
Yeah, he was definitely a mentor. He was like a father figure. He was a great guy. I learned a lot from Jay, so.
What were some of the things that you really learned from Jay during that time?
I mean, one, not to care what people think of you, which people can tell you that over and over, but until you really are ready to, accept that and really know that, then it doesn't matter. Once you know that, then it makes life hella easy. So, that's like one of the key things I think that is instilled in my life.
Now, even though nothing would necessarily violent or physical would happen to Tiarra Marie, you have to also put two and two together that being that she had an involvement and connection with Jay-Z and he's married to Beyonce at the time.
I got myself a sponsor, okay, which happens to be Warner Brothers.
It was a little bit more of a question of how, all of these girls just keep dropping like flies every time they get next to Jay while he's with B at this point. So remember, this would be in 2007 when Tiarra Marie was rumored to be a side chick of Jay-Z's. And once that rumor started to go around, again, another drop from the label.
Yeah. I guess she's going the safe route with it.
I'm not going the safe route. I'm going the real route. I don't have a man tricking on me. I have a corporate sponsor, and I'm good with that.
That's dope.
And I also want to say that, I'm not encouraging any of the ladies to go out and get sugar daddies.
But
if you have that, then whatever floats your boat.
I don't mean to interrupt, but ladies, did you hear that? Because I kind of get offended when my shorty sings sponsor to me. I love the song. Beautiful song. But when she sings it to me, it's like,
I mean, if that's how she wants to take it and she wants to sing it to you like that, then she can, because that's her interpretation of the song.
I think you're getting her in trouble.
No, I'm not. I'm defending her.
You be tricking on these joints. You don't know better. That's what it is. See a brother like me, you know what I mean? I'm just having girls give me stuff and shit. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I was gonna say. Like, if a woman can be a sponsor as well. Like, people just think that it's so one-sided because the female is singing the song. But that's why I use those terms sponsor and not sugar daddy. But my definition of a sponsor is whoever is distributing your.
You know what? Speaking about what you've been through in the past, few years, a lot of us know that you had some setbacks. That you were signed at a very young age, and then there was the whole issue with Jay-Z. Have you and Jay-Z yet met and made amends, and you're at a point where you've moved on?
Well, I'm definitely at a point where I've moved on, but there was never any drama between me and Jay-Z.
Okay.
What a lot of people don't realize is Def Jam is a corporation. It's not just Jay-Z. Okay. So they all came to a collective decision to let me go. First of all, I was never signed directly to Roc-A-Fella. I was signed to Def Jam. L.A. Reid signed me. It was his decision to let me go.
Okay.
So,
The reason I ask is because everyone, always says, the whole thing with Jay-Z.
Yeah,
and
everybody says that.
Jay-Z took her under his wing, and Jay-Z was going to make her a star, and then Rihanna came in, and then Tiarra Marie was pushed to the side.
Actually, me and Rihanna, we were both signed. Well, I was signed by L.A. Reid. Rihanna was signed by by Jay-Z and Tata. And when my album was done, it was very urban. So he wanted to stamp it with the Roc-A-Fella stamp. So, I was never directly signed to them, and me and Rihanna, we came in at the same time, basically. So it was not when she came in, they pushed me to the side. She was doing different kind of music than I was, pop music, and her single went #1 upon the replay. And my single was doing very well on the urban charts. So, people always either say, are you and Jay-Z cool, or are you and Rihanna cool? And it's like, it's never been a problem with me and Rihanna. Let's just say if it was a decision or a choice between me and Rihanna for a Def Jam. That has nothing to do with her.
Okay.
So I have no harsh feelings toward her or Jay-Z or anybody.
Would you actually work with Rihanna?
I don't know. I guess, yeah. Why not?
All right.
I don't know. I guess. Why not? Interesting answer there. But we have to now list the things now. When we hear Tiarra Marie saying things like that, as far as Rihanna was coming in around the same time as me, right? So if we think back now to Foxy Brown, the transition from Foxy Brown to Amil. the transition of Amil to Beyonce. The possible transition of Beyonce to Blue Cantrell, but Beyonce did not have that. The possible transition of Tiarra Marie, but Rihanna comes in play. Now, reason why we don't need to go over Rihanna is because Rihanna has been the only one that was super quiet with no actual fact checking, just speculation. So that would bring us now to another person that was speculated but had a little bit more fact to it. In fact, she even played into the fact that she might have been that person. It was Rita Ora. So we had 2007. Now we're at 2008. In 2008, Rita Ora did this interview, and people were quite confused as to what they were referring to with a party that she had attended with Jay-Z.
So here we are at the Gainsborough Hotel in London. Right.
Carl kind of caught me at the right time.
I think any time Carl calls on you is the right time, though, right?
Exactly. I have a crazy story about this hotel. This was when the infamous Amy Winehouse was still alive, and it was incredible because she came to watch the festivals, and so then she got invited back from Jay to kind of come and hang out, and she had like, you know how she had those ballet pumps on the shoulders to wear.
Yes.
And she came, but with her, this guy was holding a box of Louboutins, and like just following her around with Louboutins, and she was like amazing, crazy Amy. So you're Beyonce.
Hard to do, but I can do it.
I'm me. Jay's over there, and Amy's like sitting right in front of us here. And she gets up and starts like, you know how in England we go like this on two cheek? I guess so she did a double kiss to a friend of ours within the group, who I won't mention because he'll kill me. And he stepped back and went, whoa! And she was like, what? It was insane because they had a full-on fight in this hotel.
You know, I've heard that story.
No, you have not.
A full-on fight right there in the hotel amongst Jay-Z and Beyonce, and what seemed like a jealousy scenario to where Jay-Z noticed this happening, of course, and what it appears from what Rita is describing, being that she was there, knowing from what we've already heard about Beyonce with the jealousy rumors, this would appear to me that Beyonce had some type of, I don't know, jealousy towards Rita around the time, being close to Jay. Especially, hence Jay's history with women being close to him that he's trying to, I don't know, sign. So a full-on fight and argument commence when Beyonce tries to double kiss someone, what seems like to make Jay-Z jealous, right? Again, you never have to take my word for it. Because what would happen after, or should I say shortly after this, Rita Ora's career would start to go into a down spiral, as it seems. And no one knew why. But could it have been that she was a little bit too close to Jay-Z? There's so many people up there.
She told Power 106 that a rep from Roc Nation told her Jay-Z wanted to meet her. The next day, she was on a flight to New York, and she lived happily ever after. Just kidding. Y'all play too much. The Albanian artist signed with Roc Nation in 2008 at the age of 18, and it appeared that the label was preparing her for worldwide superstardom. Rita told a wrap-up website that Jay-Z was, quote, very genuine and helpful, and she stated that even his wife Beyonce would give her feedback on her songs.
She enters a room, it changes, and that presence, you can't duplicate that, especially at such a young age.
Sadly, her time at the label didn't go as planned. In the end, Rita was forced to file a lawsuit against Jay-Z and Roc Nation. And of course, RRG has all the messy details. If you hate the fact that our video format has gone from classy to trashy, well, R.I.P. to the old RG. Those days are over. Baby, they're over.
Yeah.
2009 song, Young Forever. In 2010, Rihanna parted ways with her former manager and signed with Roc Nation's management team. Lord, this is about to get messy, ain't it? As for Rita, her debut album wasn't released until 2012, which was 4 years after she signed with Roc Nation. The album included the song How We Do Party, which pays homage to the notorious B.I.G. and the song R.I.P. As the years passed by, Rita wasn't necessarily twiddling her thumbs. She told the Diary of a CEO YouTube channel that she was recording music for 2 or 3 years straight. She added, "There was a whole moment that was about to happen. I recorded a music video and they scrapped it. I felt really disappointed, like I'd let them down." Although she made music with her then boyfriend Calvin Harris and Iggy Azalea, her fans noticed she was noticeably missing from the charts. And Roc Nation wasn't giving any updates about her sophomore album. Then came rumors that Roc Nation was building up Rihanna's career and giving Rihanna first dibs on songs, and Rita had to wait for any scraps she could get. Rita addressed the rumors on the Diary of a CEO channel and gave a very safe answer by stating, "I can't speak for other people, but I think publicly they always put women against each other. I've been nothing but a fan and respectful of her."
Of course they do. But it's a little bit ironic that the same exact thing happened to Tiarra Marie the year before you got there, Rita. Isn't it? And as I said before, the quietest one was Rihanna.
Beyonce fans are still trying to figure out who the heck Becky with the good hair is.
So at the time, Beyonce had also dropped the Lemonade album. Now, in which the Lemonade album, we all know, was the infamous album to where she had let it be known that Jay-Z had cheated on her publicly for the first time. And then we have the infamous elevator fight. We have, the entire media was just in an uproar, trying to figure out what happened. There was rumors of Rachel Roy, Dame Dash's ex, being involved with Jay-Z. But Rita Ora actually started to play
the woman
into
who may have had an affair with her husband. Rita Ora. Queen B's fans are digging their claws into the British pop singer after she posted this photo on Snapchat. Check out the embroidered lemons on her.
She basically was just playing into the whole rumor and what seems to be even trolling Beyonce and Jay-Z about that rumor. As you see here, there's a J chain with the lemons on the bikini.
Bra. Is that a nod to Beyonce's new album, Lemonade? Adding fuel to the fire, Rita stepped out yesterday in Los Angeles.
And then there's the same chain. Of course, you wanted to say that there was an R there or a lowercase r, but no. That's clearly a J there. And then you have this dress here that is identical to Beyonce's.
In this red Gucci ensemble. Look familiar? It's the exact skirt and blouse Beyonce wears in one of her new videos. Rita seemed to take another dig at Beyonce today on her Instagram page, displaying a poster from, of all things, the 1973 Elizabeth Taylor movie Ash Wednesday, which is about a middle-aged woman undergoing cosmetic surgery to save her failing marriage. Ouch. The speculation over Rita Ora takes the heat off fashion designer Rachel Roy, who was originally targeted by the Beehive, as Beyonce's fans are known. Rachel told People magazine, "There is no validity to the idea that the song references me personally. There is no truth to the rumors." After canceling an event in New York City yesterday citing a personal emergency, Rachel dodged the paparazzi in Los Angeles.
Hey, can you confirm what your relationship with Jay-Z is? Did you have an affair with him?
What a wicked way to treat the girl that loves you. Oh, love, they don't love you like I love you.
The late-night comics are having fun with Beyonce's video.
Here's why I was so mad. I talk to that potted plant every day. Suddenly, I found out that someone else has been fertilizing it.
Can't you see there's no other man above you?
Does that make you laugh like Jimmy with the good hair?
You better call Becky with the good hair.
Okay, so now let's move forward to our finale, female, which, if we've been paying attention here, we've noticed one thing. Every time someone gets close to Jay, they're removed. The only two people that haven't been removed are been Rihanna and Beyonce. That's literally the only two females close to him that have not been removed from around him. So that would bring us now to 2011, where a rumored mistress by the name of Kathy White would emerge. And people started to speculate whatever happened to Miss Kathy White after she was seen many times with her, Claudia Jordan, Jay-Z, and Puff himself.
Yo, when we talk about there's no rest for the wicked, we really are targeting people like Jay-Z. Allegedly, for the last couple of days, Jay has not had any sleep because the Kathy White story is back in the tabloids, and this time, it could get really messed up for Jay-Z and Beyonce. Girl, this old story could also be the blackmail that Jason Lee has on Bey's head. Cause tell me why I have just found out that people first learned of the affair with Jay-Z and Kathy from her good friend at the time, Jason freaking Lee. Child, I know that we are all aware that Hova is capable of doing absolutely anything to get his way. That far we can all agree. And by anything, I mean unaliving someone who is pregnant with his child. That is the unfortunate story of Kathy White, known to her friends as Corey. And I have dug through every pit hole possible to gather the receipts of how Jay allegedly had poor Kathy unalived and how Bey was involved. Y'all are gonna need to get comfortable for this one, cause even I wasn't prepared for all the filth when I started digging. Okay, y'all, let's go to the very beginning. Basically, Kathy White was Jay-Z's mistress who died mysteriously the year Beyonce got pregnant with Blue. And she died shortly after doing an interview about her relationship with Jay-Z. So the rumor that Jay and Kathy were together was sparked after she and Claudia Jordan were spotted at Las Vegas Tao nightclub sitting at a table with Jay-Z and Diddy in 2010. And Bey was not present. They were there to see the Floyd Mayweather and Juan Manuel Marquez boxing match, with sources revealing that just before they attended the Sin City fight, Jay purchased a $25,000 pair of Louis Vuitton shoes for Kathy to wear that evening. Allegedly, Jay also requested that Corey bring a few friends to ride with them that evening so that it would not look like they were a thing. Then, during their time in Vegas, Jay also took Corey gambling at the Bellagio Casino, and once again, he insisted on Corey bringing a few friends to their table in an attempt to cover their public appearances. The thing is, Jay had been allegedly smashing Kathy behind Beyonce's back for longer than Jay and Beyonce had even been married. But what was not so shocking at the time was the fact that Kathy was a close friend of Claudia Jordan, who was well known for being a homewrecker. Allegedly, just like Claudia, Kathy had openly admitted to only messing with super rich guys, and that unless a man had a net worth of at least $50 million, she wouldn't pay him any attention, which means that Hova was a perfect catch for her. Speaking of Claudia, in 2020, Crazy Days and Nights wrote a blind item saying, "Our host has always stayed quiet about the death of her friend, but has become more convinced over the years that the permanent A+ list rapper had her friend. It just seemed too convenient that he wanted her out of the picture, and shortly after, he said that the friend ended up dead." The blind item later revealed the A-list host was Claudia Jordan, the rapper was Jay-Z, and Claudia's friend was Kathy. Okay, since the affair was ongoing, it was only a matter of time before fans figured it out, and tabloids started reaching out to Kathy for tea. Allegedly, 2 weeks before she passed on, Kathy was contacted by a major tabloid that was investigating the Jay-Z connection. She gave them little information to go go on, but according to one of the sources following her conversation with the tabloid, she called Jay and told him that she was going to go public with their affair for a price. Then, about 48 hours after the announcement that Beyonce was pregnant with Jay-Z's baby, Kathy suddenly passed on under suspicious circumstances, and the cause of death was given as a brain aneurysm. Tell me that isn't suspicious. Of course, it's hella sus, and after a bit of more digging, I came across a report saying that Kathy did not die from a brain aneurysm. According to an NYPD detective, Kathy's cause of death was uncertain, and the detective said that they had the autopsy and toxicology reports done to figure out what really happened to her. Here's what the detective said. Quote, a 911 call came from an apartment on 130 West 19th Street in Manhattan. Ambulance came and took Kathy because she was sick. They took her to the Beth Israel Hospital, and that's where she expired. It was too early to be speculating that an aneurysm killed her. They will be doing an autopsy later today to check out her cause of death, but someone might have given Kathy a bad, so they'll do a toxicology and we'll have to wait 2 weeks for the report. Child, even after a detective confirmed that something sus was going on there, I find it quite fascinating that the real autopsy report never came out and the information never found itself to the media. Basically, someone worked really hard to make sure that no more information got out about the affair, and the cause of death was concluded as an aneurysm. Again, this definitely sounds like something Jay is capable of. So this whole thing has been blowing over recently because a reporter named Liz Crokin decided to spill. Liz said on X that in August of 2011, she was working as a senior editor for Star magazine, and her boss asked her to look into online blog reports claiming that a woman named Kathy Coriano White, who friends called Corey, was having an affair with Jay-Z. Liz said, I managed to get a hold of Kathy at her job in New York over the phone. During our first conversation, she denied having an affair with Jay-Z. Furthermore, she also claimed that she had never hung out with him or had even met him. I then uncovered photos of Kathy hanging with Jay-Z and Diddy, no less, at Tao nightclub in Las Vegas. So I called her back and asked her about the photo evidence that debunked her initial claim that she had never met or hung out with Jay-Z. At this point, Kathy expressed to me that she would consider going public with her story. According to Liz, days later, she tried to reach her at work with no luck, and she finally got a hold of one of her colleagues and asked her if she knew why Kathy had been MIA, and her colleague shockingly told her she was no more. Liz also said that sources told her that Kathy had told Jay-Z she was considering going public with Star via her after they talked. She said there were also online blogs that reported the same story, and she ran a small story on this that appeared in Star at the time. In addition, she said she wanted to pursue the story further, particularly investigate if she was indeed unalived, but she was discouraged from doing so, and her boss was not interested in running a follow-up piece. Liz also added that years later, she met sources who knew both Jay-Z and Kathy and inside information on her death, and they strongly believed that Jay-Z had her unalived to silence her. Allegedly, one source even told her that Jay-Z had law enforcement and even coroners in his back pocket. And the source also said that there were corrupt coroners in New York City who will rule homicides as natural deaths for cash. And we are talking about a man who had millions. So paying off corrupt coroners was really not a problem for Hova. And if y'all think Beyonce was innocent in all this, you might be mistaken. Allegedly, Beyonce was in on the plan to have Kathy unalived, especially because she was pregnant with Jay-Z's child. There were even allegations back in the day that Kathy's pregnancy was one of the reasons why Bey forced her own pregnancy announcement. And I'm sure y'all have heard the rumor that Beyonce was not actually pregnant. Yeah, I know, this tired old rumor again. Word on the street was that Beyonce had a surrogate to carry her baby, and that is why the timing was so off and the whole pregnancy was rushed. Allegedly, the rush to have a baby had something to do with the fact that Kathy was also pregnant around the same time. Plus, it would have been a PR nightmare for Beyonce and Jay-Z if Kath did a tell-all around the time they had crafted her over-the-top pregnancy announcement that was obviously engineered as a Hollywood publicity stunt. I know there are also people who are wondering why Kathy was the only one who was unalived, even though we know that Jay-Z had other mistresses. We know that Rachel Roy was probably the one Bey was talking about in Sorry when she talked about Becky with the good hair. Rachel was apparently just one of the mistresses, but there have always been others. Allegedly, the reason why Kathy...
There have always been others. As you see here, the picture that they keep freeze-framing of Claudia and Miss Kathy White. Now, one thing we have to note, one particular thing we have to note here, is that Miss Claudia Jordan And for some reason, I can't find this anywhere. Again, I can't find the full clip of it. But Miss Claudia Jordan went on record recently when they tried to actually get her to talk about it. She got a little bit nervous as far as that goes. Tasha K, it would seem, tried to actually get that information out of her. And she didn't really want to answer it. I mean, rightfully so. The woman is in fear of her life, as many others have been in fear for their life and in fear for their career and what would actually happen to it. So,
Roc.
Let's listen to this clip here.
Do you think there's any truth to his claims? Armand, what do you think about this?
I do not know. This stuff makes me so confused because on one hand, I just feel like, is this a big conspiracy? But then at the same time, I'm like, where there's smoke, there's fire. And then I saw the picture with Snoop Dogg with his nails done. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe there is some truth to this stuff. I just feel like this Diddy rabbit hole goes so deep. And we will really be surprised at really what goes on behind the scenes in order to gain status and power. Because at the end of the day, this is all a power thing. And people will do anything to gain power. So it could be true. And I think people are scared of Suge Knight.
People will do a little bit of anything to get the smallest amount of accolades.
Right.
And yes, I agree with you. Diddy's rabbit hole runneth very deep and very wide and very long. I think there's a lot in there. Al, what do you think?
I think he's not the only one. Diddy's not the only one. And I think that's what Suge Knight is speaking to. Suge Knight was in the game for 25 years before he got sentenced and locked up. And so my main question here is, why is he exposing everything now? It makes me really question the conversation and the revelations that he's having. And I got to get used to this, Claudia. You know, I've said this before on this platform. I just got to get used to men being so catty and chatty and like telling people's business. Like, I feel like every time that we're covering him, he's gossiping about something. I would rather, this is just my personal preference, because I always grew up having this image of Suge Knight as being this scary mobster, like, you know, everybody does what he says because he's a real gangster. So to see him come and like spill all this tea just is kind of weird to me. I don't know. It just feels kind of weird given what I know him for. I personally would rather him spill tea on how he intimidated the entire hip hop community into doing what he always needed them to get done for himself.
I think Suge Knight, and I've definitely had dealings with him. I've seen him. I used to see him around LA, and I used to be afraid of him until afraid of until I got to know him a little bit. I think he knows now he's probably not going to get out of prison, and I think it's kind of like, you know, when you're on your deathbed and you tell secrets that maybe incriminate yourself, you're just like, you know what, F it, let me entertain myself. He has nothing to do. He's in prison. And Suge knows a lot. I don't know if I believe the part about Snoop, because I feel like the Snoop that I know, I don't think that, I can't see him in those ceremonies, but a lot of those other people, I do believe. Okay, yeah.
Like who?
First of all, you ain't about to get me murdered. You ain't about to get me murdered. I don't live in a high rise anymore. I live in a house. Y'all can come through my front, well, not my front door, my side door. Listen, you about to get me murdered. Yeah.
Why would she say that? You ain't about to get me murdered. As if she had something to hide, number one. Or should I say she knew someone that got murdered for saying things. Because Claudia has been very, very quiet. And as you can hear, she was very, very paranoid when even asked the question about who. Say a name. Now, Kathy White wasn't necessarily mentioned in this, but Tasha K actually would go on to ask her about it, but Claudia went quiet on it and basically just changed the entire subject on it. Now, I've been trying to find the Fox Soul interview where Tasha K even was on, but all you can find literally is Tasha K versus her and her versus this funky Deneva dude, and it's as if this particular clip never even happened, which I found very ironic that it would happen in the weeks coming of this Diddy scandal. Now, to bring forth some light on something here, also, one would have to note on what they were talking about when they referenced the baby bump of Beyonce. Remember they kept saying that? They kept saying that Beyonce had a fake pregnancy. Now, I want to look at here at that Sunday night. They had a actual special with different camera angles of the baby bump, and you guys take your own observations on what happened here. But definitely quite interesting that they had different camera angles of the fake baby bump, and like I said, when it folded in, it kind of raised a lot of question as to whether she was actually pregnant or not. And then it went on, I think it went on record that she even said herself later on that she had a surrogate. But
the world went nuts this week after our
You tell
interview
for
with
yourself.
Beyonce last Sunday led to fevered speculation about her baby bump and whether she was faking her pregnancy. At Sunday night, it consumed us day and night. So we went back and analysed the tapes, every shot, every angle, frame by frame, to bring you the truth, the whole truth about Bumpgate. Our interview with Beyonce was destined to be revealing.
How you doing? I'm good.
But what this moment exposed to some even caught us by surprise. Here it is again, slowed down. As Beyonce sits down with Molly Meldrum, her dress folds. That crease caused a worldwide controversy.
Some are wondering if Beyonce is faking her baby bump after the singer appeared on an Australian TV show.
Bumpgate went viral.
Sources are saying that she is straight up faking her pregnancy.
Beyonce just can't put her feet up and enjoy being pregnant. Some people are actually accusing her of wearing a fake baby bump.
A conspiracy to rival JFK and the grassy knoll.
Others are saying she's using a surrogate because she didn't want to put her body through the stress.
So, like the Zapruder film, we went through the unseen footage, frame by frame.
I cannot miss it.
Before the interview, Beyonce is fitted with a microphone. And then, from another angle, as she goes to her seat, a makeup artist blocks our view. But then there's this angle from the side. As Beyonce sits down, there's no sign of any straps that could hold padding in place. But for us, the biggest clue that she is expecting is this.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I got a shock as much as anyone else, and you're glowing.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a mother's joy you just can't fake.
Beyond, if it's any time, right now is the time. And I'm so happy and I feel...
So, let's look at it ourselves real quick.
There's this angle from the side.
Because I myself wondered
But then...
of what would this be? When I look
There's
to the side.
this angle from...
Let's see if we can catch a better...
There's this angle. But then there's...
So, as you can clearly see, there's some type of indentation here. Even from the blur.
This angle from the side. As Beyonce sits down, there's no...
And the no straps part. I mean...
sign of any straps that could...
You gotta be blind as a bat to not notice this hump here. You gotta be blind as a fucking bat to not notice this hump in her back here.
hold padding in place. But for us, the biggest clue that she is expecting is this.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I got a shock as much as anyone else.
For us, the biggest clue that she is expecting...
A little bit slow on the mouse there, I see.
That she is...
Now, you can even make the assumption that, oh, it's just the mic equipment and everything else, but
expecting is this.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I got a shock as much.
And the explanation of things didn't necessarily make it any better, as she would go on to say that, the rumor was just ridiculous, and why would I make fun of such a blessing, and, so on and so forth, right? So on and so forth. So, once again, we have to always put our thinking caps on and just, look at things with more of a third eye, if you will. Listen to Beyonce as she explains that baby bump herself.
Beyonce has hired a surrogate mother to carry her Jay-Z's child.
Beyonce is going to use a surrogate so she can maintain her body.
If they use a surrogate,
they're going to play it off like they gave birth.
There's a stupid rumor. It's actually the most ridiculous rumor I think I've ever had about me. But there are actually a lot of people that believe this rumor. And it's crazy. I guess there are some crazy celebrities in the world, so we get a bad rep. But to think that I would be that vain, and I respect mothers and women so much, and to be able to experience bringing a child into this world, if you're lucky and fortunate enough to experience that, I would never ever take that for granted. I mean, it's the most powerful thing you can ever do in your life. And especially after losing a child, the pain and trauma from that, it just makes it mean so much more to get an opportunity to bring life into the world. It's something that you have to respect. It just seems like people should have boundaries. There's certain things that you just shouldn't play around with. And a child, you don't play around with that.
So, is it just me, or she was apologizing for what she did? Or denying what she did? Or going around what was even said? But the main things that we cannot deny is that this picture still happened. As you see there, Claudia and Miss Kathy White are circled, and Jay-Z is right there, as well as Mr. Diddy. And this is one of the infamous pictures from Tao that everyone was talking about, that all four of them attended together. And, of course, it was the same scenario. Bring some friends so it doesn't look like we're together. At least that's what the tabloids were told for Las Vegas. No, just bring some friends. Just don't make it look so obvious, Don't make it look like you're here. With me, at least. Doesn't that sound quite familiar? Doesn't it sound quite familiar with the same practice
in
of
Las Vegas with Claudia Jordan and Diddy?
You want to know what makes Diddy being publicly shamed like this so
let's move up just a little bit. Let's move up just a little bit here.
Marquez. And then later that same day, Hollywood Street King published another post about Jay-Z and Kathy, claiming that once the story about Jay-Z's mistress broke, the alleged mistress, Kathy Coriana White, immediately deleted her Twitter and Facebook account. The post also apparently included a photo of drunken Claudia Jordan being taken away on a stretcher to the hospital as a result of a fall in the shower of her hotel room in Las Vegas. Now, this photo has been removed from the original post. However, we do know that Claudia was in Vegas multiple times throughout 2009. She was there for the Miss USA pageant in April 2009, and then this article published in May 2009 by Las Vegas Sun mentions Claudia, Jay-Z, and Diddy partying in Vegas with a bunch of other celebs. The article states, Jay-Z and Kansas City chief Larry Johnson partied at a VIP table next to the DJ booth. Unfortunately, the former Def Jam CEO and 4040 Club co-founder's better half, Beyonce Trey Knowles did not join them. Deal or No Deal beauty Claudia Jordan, on the other hand, did stop by their table to say hello. Now fast forward to September 2010, and Hollywood Street King published another post about Kathy White titled Jay's Mistress Kathy White Exposed. The post claimed that just before Jay-Z and Kathy attended the Sin City fight, Jay purchased a $2,500 pair of Louis Vuitton shoes for Corey to wear that evening. And allegedly, Jay requested Corey bring a few friends to ride with them that evening in order for them not to appear as a couple. According to Hollywood Street King, Jay also took Corey gambling at the Bellagio Casino, and he was reportedly adamant about Corey's friends circling the pair during their time at the table in an attempt to cover their public appearances. Now, if you're wondering where Beyonce was in September 2009, well, conveniently, she was overseas on her I Am World Tour. The Floyd Mayweather fight that Jay-Z allegedly attended with Kathy in Vegas took place on September 19th, 2009, and on that day, Beyonce had a concert in Sydney, Australia. Anyway, after Hollywood Street King first reported on Jay-Z's alleged affair with Kathy, no one really paid much attention to it until news broke that Claudia died in September 2011. However,
Okay, so now I'm not sure why that clip always ends very short, but one thing that also stuck out to me with the Kathy White situation was the whole Liz Corkin thing, because Liz Crokin, I should say. Liz Crokin, once again, was the main person that was said to have done the tell-all with Miss Kathy White prior to her passing. So I wanted to quickly look at some of those excerpts that she had actually been saying, since we kind of just had to breeze through them a little bit. So it's only a matter of time before spirit cooking Jay-Z is exposed like Diddy. There's a reason Kanye said Jay's got murderers I would know. He's the evil to the core. Excuse me. I pray there will be justice for Kathy White one day. Diddy, who hung out with Jay-Z when he was with Kathy, has also been accused of getting rid of his ex-girlfriend Kim Porter, who also died under suspicious circumstances. Kim's baby daddy, Al B. Sure, has suggested she was murdered according to the radar. Now, there's the tweets here. Where are our tweets here from Miss Liz Crokin? Because they have been trying to work hard to remove Liz Crokin's tweets about Jay-Z, I noticed. Oh, that's just a TikTok. Hold on. Yeah, like I said, they've been working very hard, I've noticed. Because every time you actually try to find the Liz Crokin tweet or the Liz Crokin post, it's damn near impossible. And you almost have to go through TikTok, which, as you can see, they're trying to get rid of TikTok nowadays. You have to go through TikTok to even find it. But she has went on has made a plethora of posts aimed at saying that she's going to basically let out the truth about Jay-Z and Kathy White. But like I said, it's very hard for anyone to even find the actual original posts of what she's been saying, as if there's been some type of smear campaign against her even saying any of these things against Jay. I literally had everything saved up here, and over the past couple of days, I've noticed that they've been diminishing as I was doing the research for this. The only thing you can basically find on here, as I just wanted to show you guys, is basically the TikTok thing. There's literally nothing else that you can find on it. Now, the only thing we could do, of course, is go to her Twitter. But, in which, once again, that will become a wild goose chase as far as trying to find her tweets on the infamous Jay-Z. So, I want to all leave you with something else that Miss Jaguar Wright said about Jay-Z also. Because on that same interview with Bigger, she took it upon herself to once again note that Jay-Z was definitely going to be next.
Welcome to Sean Carter is worse.
Oh man.
He's smarter. He's patient. He's not sloppy.
Mm-hmm.
This pussy been lining up people he calls friends and stepping to the side while they get hit by the guillotine for 30 fucking years. He's fucking worse.
So when do you think his moment of reckoning is coming? Because we talk about that often on the platform, and not that we don't know him to wish anything bad on anybody, but we've heard that too. So
I think the KPD trial has the potential to force Sean Combs to finally be honest about some things that he hasn't been honest about, which could create great leverage for knocking that big lip camel face fuck back into the oblivion in the depths of hell where he fucking came from. And I'm gonna be right there every step of the way. I got you. You just don't know it yet.
Wow.
I've been on this fight for 15 years.
Right.
3 years publicly.
Yeah. 'Cause I remember
Quietly.
the first time you talked to us, you ain't really want to talk about the Jay-Z situation the first time we talked.
Right.
Because there was something I was hoping for.
Yeah.
But then he done something stupid.
Like,
he pushed somebody I love too far.
oh.
And you know who I'm talking about, bitch. We were kids. We were in our 20s. How fucking long do you expect her to have to suffer fucking the bad choice of fucking you?
Whoa.
Is that woman in the industry as well?
Fucking leave her be. Leave her be. Because I'm not going to stop coming. You can fuck with her all you want. I'm not going to stop. I fucking promised her. I keep my word and I pay my debts. I got you, bitch. You fucking know it yet.
And with that being said, that's going to pretty much conclude our Black Book of Jay-Z and Iceberg Slim. They say birds of a feather flock together, don't they? You know, with all being said, when we have to go down the list of things, we have Foxy Brown, 15 years old, 14, 15 years old, first dating Jay-Z. We then have, after that, Carmen Bryan. We don't know Carmen's age necessarily, but then we have Charlie Baltimore. And we have Amil, all within that same time period, right? All within the 9/6 to 2000 time period, right? We have Maya. Of course, he tried. But biggest one, of course, was Aaliyah. Because Aaliyah was the one he was with at the same time he was trying to date Beyonce. At the same time while having a meal. At the same time while trying to get with Maya. At the same time as Aaliyah's leaving, you didn't try to get with, well, not try to get with, you got with Jaguar Wright. After Jaguar Wright, Blue Cantrell. After Blue Cantrell, of course, while with Beyonce, we had Free, we had Tiarra Marie, we had Rihanna, we had Rita Order, and then we finally got down to Kathy White. So I can understand now, and hopefully you guys, after we've been here this long, why people would even say Jay was a little bit much worse than Diddy. And that he was just much smarter in covering his tracks. Because he's not necessarily directly linked or attached to anything. But as we've all seen with Diddy, just because you're not necessarily directly attached to something publicly does not mean that you do not have things going on in the dark in your closet. Does not mean that there are not rumblings within that dark closet and you just coming out by yourself unscathed. So, needless to say, once again, all of this is alleged. But we do not have to speculate on the facts that we have covered today.
I done got in trouble again.
What the fuck? I tried.
On the next one, hopefully, we can get off all this Diddy and Jay-Z because we got to cover Mr. Drake and why the entire industry is trying to remove him now. Until then, y'all.
I try to pretend that I'm different,
know how
but
we
in the
rock.
end, we're all the same.
Shout out to everybody that was tuning in, rocking with us. We was here for a long time. Until next time.
I'm different, but in the end, we're all the same. Father, forgive a nigga, I'm never gonna change. Never gonna change. A single rob calls the police on me. Y'all niggas ran out and copped the CD. See what I discovered is y'all snitch lovers. I might speak, but I don't fuck with nobody. See what Doug, Jimmy, and L.A. don't know. These youngins crossed the line with Hov, I'm letting it blow. Had the papers writing stories like, didn't they know? This what happened when they made that rapper CEO. I know, it's just a matter of time before the steady hate starts to overflow. Then the levee breaks, and my conscience go, you escape the Rico. Why throw everything away over ego? You paper chasing, they paper hating. Billionaire hope, you on the pace to make it. Fuck that, exclamation, comma, quotations, I love trauma. Period. I try to pretend that I'm different, but in the end, we're all the same. All the same.